guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The UN may take a vote today on more humanitarian aid for Gaza as the war between Hamas and Israel rages.
A vote set for Tuesday by the UN Security Council was delayed. Since Monday, there have been disagreements between key parties, including the U.S., over language surrounding aid, monitoring, and ending hostilities in the region. At the same time, the political leader of Hamas is reportedly in Cairo today to talk with Egyptian leaders about the Israeli hostages and a possible ceasefire. I'm Ryan Daniels.
The FBI says hundreds of fake bomb threats made against Jewish worship centers, community centers, and other facilities over the weekend likely originated from outside the U.S. The update comes in an FBI note sent out to national Jewish organizations in the wake of the threats this week. The Anti-Defamation League says more than 400 U.S. Jewish facilities have received false bomb threats by email since Saturday. The FBI said there appeared to be a connection between perpetrators of the emails because many of them use the same language. The government in Iceland says in a statement it does not believe this week's volcano will present a threat to life. Authorities say lava flowing from the volcano south of Reykjavik appears to be moving away from a nearby town. Another town had to be evacuated weeks ago because of seismic activity and reported earthquakes. So far, authorities say the volcano is not causing major flight disruptions in Iceland. Slim Jim wants his car back. The distinctive yellow and orange Nissan Z named Fast Meat, which serves as a promotional vehicle for the brand, was reported missing Saturday. The car was part of the Chicago to Los Angeles tour in collaboration with the WWE. The Los Angeles Police Department is urging individuals with any information to contact the department or visit crimestoppers.org online. This is USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
The Biden administration announced yesterday that it is taking the first steps towards writing key standards and guidance for the safe deployment of AI, as well as how to test and safeguard systems. The Commerce Department's National Institute of Standards and Technology has said that it was prompted by Biden's executive order on AI in October and is aimed at developing industry standards around AI safety, security, and trust. The agency is seeking input from AI companies and the public on AI risk management and reducing risks of AI-generated misinformation. The U.S. population is climbing.
The United States experienced its largest population growth this year since the onset of the pandemic. The U.S. Census Bureau attributed the increase to a reduction in deaths and a return of immigration to pre-pandemic levels. Nearly 90% of the nation's growth occurred in the southern region. Despite this growth, the overall increase remains relatively low in historical terms. I'm John Schaefer.
Minnesota's State Emblems Redesign Commission has chosen a final version of the new state flag yesterday in 11-1 vote. They also finalized a new state seal that depicts the state bird. The new state flag features an 8-pointed North Star against a dark blue background with a solid light blue field at the right. This flag will be replacing the old state flag, which many Native Americans considered offensive. Dave Collins, USA News.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Look at the clock there. Tells me we've crossed over the midnight hour. And that means we'll be working our way into Friday Eve, we'll call it. Yeah, Thursday. And we look forward to Christmas weekend. Here it comes. Welcome to the party, if you'd have it that way. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secrets studios. As we get another big show underway. Hope your week's going well. I think things today, Thursday, travelers begin to hit the highways and head to the airports. According to AAA, Friday, Saturday going to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday going to be big days for the early travelers out there. Again, tonight, not a bad night for travel. Most of the country is precipitation free. Got to get out to the West Coast. A little bit of rain north of Seattle, northwestern portions of Washington. Next storm system beginning to come ashore in central and southern California. Looking at some showers, some pockets of heavier rain from just south and east of San Francisco. Rains will be pushing into the Los Angeles area during the overnight early morning hours there. Aside from that, a few light showers in the Four Corners region, but all the way to the East Coast from there, you're high and dry, good travel conditions. And it looks like for the day ahead, Thursday and into Friday, conditions will be fairly good. For much of the East, high pressure takes control, tranquil weather across most of the East Coast and even the interior West. Some of the big travel hubs, D.C., New York City, Boston, Atlanta, limited weather delays or cancellations. In the meantime, a developing storm may begin impacting portions of California. Separate storm, the Pacific Northwest for the latter portions of the week. We may be talking some bumpy travel conditions for air travelers. A round of wet weather will be crossing the southern plains from Thursday into Friday. We'll be talking later in the day, beginning to await some heavier rains for cities like Oklahoma City, Dallas, southward into Houston by the end of the week. Then after a short break, another round of potentially travel-disrupting rain moves over the weekend, and that may even linger into Christmas Day for some areas. The wet conditions across California. That'll be trouble for the travelers. Los Angeles, San Diego, even San Francisco here for the latter portions of the week with the damp weather in the forecast. Even those looking to do some last-minute holiday shopping across much of central and southern California going to have to pack the umbrellas and the raincoats as we look toward the weekend. If you're taking to the roads or the skies, Saturday, parts of the interior West from eastern Washington southward to the Four Corners region, weather's going to be deteriorating there. Two separate storms going to move in, one in the northwest, one in the southwest. They join up eventually, bringing snow and rain showers, pretty widespread. Poor travel conditions stretching from Montana and Idaho, southward through Nevada, Utah, Colorado, even into Arizona. Looks like the worst conditions Sunday, which would be Christmas Eve, will stretch from Wyoming to Utah and Colorado, as well as maybe parts of New Mexico and Arizona. Snow should diminish in these areas come Christmas Day. Now, locations directly along the West Coast begin drying out on Saturday. A few lingering showers maybe in the Cascades. Should be dry on Sunday and even into Christmas Day. Now, the forecasters have been warning us for several days that this potential storm could become a pretty wide-reaching storm system by Christmas Eve over the heart of the country, with areas of rain, even the chance of a wintry mix or some accumulating snow on the backside of the storm. As this system pushes eastward and becomes more organized, we're going to be talking rain over portions of the lower Great Lakes, the Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys, and cooler air across the upper Midwest that could allow for a mixture of rain and snow for some locations there on Christmas Day. They've been highlighting for days now that much of the country, it's going to be a green Christmas rather than the white Christmas. Obviously, the higher elevations out west will be more inclined to have that good old-fashioned white Christmas. Meanwhile, Santa may have to trade in the snow gear for the rain boots as this moisture-packed storm moves across the midsection of the country and even the south over the long Christmas weekend. They are talking the threat of flooding downpours right on the heels of the soaking Southern California and the desert Southwest over the next day or two as this emerges over the weekend. Snow for the Intermountain West and the Rockies, After a relatively dry stretch of weather across much of the plains and the southeast this week, the change in the weather pattern is moving in just in time for a soggy holiday for many. Yes, rain means a green Christmas rather than a white Christmas for a large portion of the country. Downpours will obviously slow holiday travel. Some localized flooding and even maybe a few strong thunderstorms. We're not looking at a large severe weather outbreak. But as the storm combines, moisture coming from the Gulf of Mexico, rain breaks out from Texas, northward along the plains, Saturday and into Saturday night. By Sunday, our storm advances across much of the upper Midwest, Mississippi Valley, and even into the south. Some areas will be talking a couple of inches of rain as you see showers repeating over the same areas. The zone from the Texas Hill Country through the Arklatex Saturday afternoon into Saturday night. Then closer to the Ozarks, the Mississippi Valley, and the Gulf Coast comes Sunday. With these repeated downpours, 1 to 3 inches will come down often in just a few hours' time. We could be talking some flooding concerns from Dallas to Houston, Little Rock, Memphis, Tennessee. Travel along some of our major interstates, 10, 20, 30, 35, 40, and 55. Could even see some locally higher amounts approaching 4 inches of rain. Not out of the question. But again, great traveler's weather for those moving the freight. A lot of drivers are kind of running those final loads, maybe your last run before the holiday weekend here, and everybody's going to be vying to get home for Christmas. And then it's over the hills and through the woods, right? What's your destination? 115 million, was that the number from AAA? People going to be traveling 50 miles or more here between Christmas and the New Year. So safe travels out there. Welcome aboard. Jacob is on board. Hello, Mr. Summers in the overnight drive. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down, checking in from Fishkill, New York. It's round 2 to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington to reload. Dirty Harry, morning, Steve. Just got done watching the Polar Evolve, the Polar Express, right? The movie thing. Yeah, that's a gotta tune. How many times have you watched Christmas Vacation? Come on, Clark. Hello, 5-7. Copy the mail. There's Bidu checks in. Good morning to the overnight family. Thomas says, hello, y'all. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion, bull huller. 29 degrees in Belfort, South Dakota. We just kicked off 100 steers in a stalk pasture. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south for the corn patch to get that final load for 2023. There you go. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from the geographical center of the United States. Double R, morning, Steve, in Missouri. Should be in Michigan this morning. Corvettes are coming off, then it's off to the volunteer state for the holidays. So, like I said, everybody on that final run trying to get back to the respective destinations for the holiday weekend. Hello, Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving under a moonlit night, Troutville, Virginia. It's a chilly 29, but everybody keep it shiny side up. And there's the sex maniac on board. Merry Christmas to all. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Our number is always 844-844-3388 as we kick it off. Rolling into a Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration cleans. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I got the comment there from Dirty Harry. Because last year, Christmas time, he said, last year we got socked with a blizzard. I do kind of recall that. Yeah, you had a white Christmas, huh? But it goes on to say, I never thought it would be the last Christmas with my wife. Lost her on New Year's Eve. So I don't really have the Christmas magic this year. But I'm doing my best, hanging in there for my son. Yeah, we all want, everybody's, supposed to be that, the happy, joyous, ho, ho, ho time of year. And there's a lot of people out there that this can be a very stressful time of year, for some a depressing time of year. Yeah, matter of fact, 63% of people surveyed say the holidays are actually more stressful than tax time. What's more nerve-wracking than paying taxes? It is, according to the survey, the holidays. Some say it takes weeks to recover from the stress, the seasonal stress. The holidays, an easy time to justify putting off healthy habits, but it's important to manage chronic stress and other risk factors to stay healthy this time of year, the holiday season into the new year. According to the American Heart Association, their 2021 statement on psychological health, well-being, mind, heart, body connection, he warned in their news release that chronic stress can have a significant negative impact on long-term mental and physical health. And the holiday season, it does bring on the perfect storm of stressors. People struggling, trying to balance their work, their family, their budgets, the everyday obligations, all the festivities you're expected to participate in, trying to make it a special time of year. I mentioned, I think it was last week when I mentioned the wife was still in this mode of decorating. And 5-7, I think he sent me a message. He said, Steve, I think a lot of this has to do with so many that lock into these, like the Hallmark Channel and the holiday movies, and everything has to be just grand and glorious. All the lights, everybody wants their house to look like a pristine mansion for Christmas. Yeah, we can't all have that. For all the effort that goes in, and then the preparation, you buy the presents and get everything ready for that Christmas morning. Anybody notice when Christmas morning actually does roll around and the kids are all making noise, and how sometimes you just want to pull your hair out? It's like, good Lord, all this time getting things perfectly set up for Christmas morning. Now there's wrapping paper and bows and boxes and a mess, and I'm going to have to clean all this up. Oh, the stress. Just saying, you got to take it easy. Sit back, relax, and enjoy, right? Remember what the meaning of the season is. Don't forget what Christmas truly is. Country Bumpkin, hi there.
Hey, buddy, how y'all doing?
Are you ready for the stress of Christmas?
I don't let nothing stress me out. What I've been going through this last year, it's all small potatoes.
There you go. That's right. Yep.
I was lucky enough to meet up with Rambler and his family the other night.
Oh, really?
We had, yeah. I talked to him on the phone, and he said, "Well, we're going to be in Detroit at the Red Wings game."
Yeah, I saw that Donovan had posted some photos. I know that was they're big hockey fans, so I guess that was one of their dreams or bucket list of actually getting up and seeing the Red Wings. So, yeah, how about that?
I got to meet Rambler, his wife, and his 2 kids. What a beautiful family.
Mm-hmm.
He's the real deal, buddy. I tell you what, he's just a great man. He don't realize how he's touched people, but it was a very enjoyable evening. I had a hard time. I'm like a fish out of water. I get in Detroit trying to find a place to park and all that. I think it took me an hour, but you can see the parking lot, but you had to find a way to get to it. Need one-way streets and stuff.
Yeah. I just scrolled down. I see where Rambler, I guess yesterday posted the photo of you and him together. I met Old Country Bumpkin for supper in Detroit, Michigan. How about that?
Yeah, well, he told me he's coming up here for the hockey game. I said, well, I'd like to buy you and your family dinner. So I met him up. Like I said, I met with him down there, and we, had a very enjoyable evening. He's a real deal. And we're blessed to have him in the audience.
Yes, absolutely. So I did. How long are they going to be up? Are they in Detroit are they going to be there through the weekend? Are they heading back for the home 20?
They left this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, they went to the game Sunday night, and I met them Tuesday night, and then they left. Yeah, today they went back. I think yesterday. I don't know. My days and nights.
Yeah, it's Thursday now, but they headed out Wednesday, so I guess it's a pretty long journey to get back down there to the home 20.
Yeah, they flew in.
Oh, okay.
And, they was getting an Uber ride. I had a place I wanted to take them to get some mussels and some frog legs, but it's been like putting sardines in a can trying to pile everybody into that pickup truck.
Yeah, right.
I told them to pick a place down there, and that's what we did. We met up for dinner. So everything else is going good, Steve. Everything's going real good. Lord bless me, and I just keep plugging along and keep fighting it. And I'm going to beat it. It's just a question of when.
Okay. Are you still going through any treatments or anything, or is that?
Yeah. It's called adenotherapy. It helps build back your immune system. I go in there once a month.
Okay.
And they use that same port that they put the chemo in for that.
Okay.
For that therapy. But yeah, everything seems to be going good as far as I go for a PET scan the end of the month. And so we'll see, and then towards the end of January, get the results back.
Okay. And hopefully some good news for a new year, right?
I ain't got nothing. I ain't got no way to go but up.
There you go.
So, well, listen, I'll let you go, and God bless you and your family. Have a Merry Christmas, and it's good talking to you.
Hey, it's great to hear from you. Have a wonderful Christmas weekend, and continued success with your treatment regimen there. All right, good to hear from Country Bumpkin. It is 844-844-3388. I didn't realize Rambler and the fam actually flew into Detroit. I assumed they had made that long. So that's quite a drive from all the way down toward the Gulf Coast to Detroit, Michigan. But so they hopped a plane and got home in a couple of hours, I presume. Couple minutes before we hit our bottom of the hour news break, and lines available at 844-844-3388. Under industry headlines, part of the House subcommittee hearing last week, they discussed a lot. Representative Mike Bost, the Republican of Illinois, did his best to shine some light on the problem of broker fraud in the trucking industry. with the FMCSA Administrator Robin Hutchison among the witnesses at that hearing last week, Bost used the opportunity to encourage the agency to address this problem. Broker fraud is estimated to cost the trucking industry as much as $800 million annually. Bost says, we have people who are out there claiming to be brokers. The truck drivers are out there trying to find loads, or their companies are trying to find loads for them. They use this broker. The broker all of a sudden comes in and they broker the load. Now, by the time that driver then gets back in and is ready to be paid, that particular company is no longer in existence, or you can no longer find them. Bost actually has a trucking background. He said broker fraud can be particularly devastating, obviously, to the smaller motor carriers. He asked, is there anything your agency is doing as far as the fraud that's occurring out there? We're losing a tremendous amount of smaller carriers and owner-operators because it's one thing if a great big company takes a $2,000 or $5,000 loss, but smaller companies, they cannot take that. Get a bit more on what the response from the FMCSA was. What are they looking to do to address that particular issue? That and much more to come as we roll into a new day. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is questioning why the international community isn't insisting that Hamas disarm and surrender.
It would be good if there was a strong international voice pressing Hamas to do what's necessary to end this. That could be tomorrow.
During an end-of-year news conference, Blinken expressed his desire for the Israel-Hamas conflict to conclude promptly. Blinken added that the resolution of the conflict cannot involve Hamas remaining intact with the ability to continue attacking Israel. California is considering the possibility of copying Colorado by excluding former President Trump from the Golden State's ballot. Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis is encouraging Secretary of State Shirley Weber to explore all available legal options. The Powerball jackpot has reached $572 million ahead of tonight's drawing. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get to the calls here as we roll into a Thursday morning. Double R rolling toward Michigan. If you could possibly make a little bit of a detour and maybe you could drop off a Corvette at the Summers residence.
You want one, huh? I'll have to put you on my list.
Well.
So, yeah, I'm going to get these up here and get them off and head for the volunteer state and do my honeydew work that I've got lined up.
Right.
And, yeah. So, hey, a couple quick questions here. Number one is Dean Michaels. Is he going on a cruise this year or next year? I mean,
I had spoke to him. No, they have not booked at this point. I spoke to him about it, and he was I'm not sure. You know, the pandemic thing had really hit their company hard, and they're still trying to recuperate from that. So and then October, you know, October's a time of year when everybody that files for extensions, they have to file, and it would be we're on the cruise on that date. So it may be a bad time for him.
Yeah, that's true too. So, well, I hope they're able to go. I'd like to see him. That's he's a good dude, man. I tell you what, I love it when they do our taxes, man, because I don't worry about a thing,
right?
Nothing at all.
Yep.
I mean, the guy's good. And the other question I wanted to ask you, Steve, have you, it's probably old news, but I was reading it today, but have you heard anything about down there on the border that they found 19 IED.
Yes.
Yeah, 19 IEDs planted on the border there.
I did share that story. That was either late last week or early this week. Yeah, and that was the Mexican military found it. I guess some news outlet got a hold of the internal memo that had gone out to the Customs and Border agents to be, exercise extreme caution, something along that line. They were saying operating out there. That's about all I heard about it.
Wow, that's crazy. I knew it was going to be just a matter of time, and they'd start planting them things around over here, and I look for it to get a lot worse. I hope not, but I honestly feel something's going to happen here.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, I just wanted to call in and say good morning to you and the overnight drive crew, and I hope everybody has a wonderful Christmas. I want to say Merry Christmas to Monkey Gouger and Happy and Chris, a bunch of y'all. And anyhow, I'm out here listening to you, brother, and if you get a little time off, you might ought to come on down to the house here and help me put this swimming pool up.
I almost asked that question. So you haven't closed yours up yet, huh?
Yeah, we've got it closed. I've got it ripped out of the ground. Got a new one getting ready to go in.
Oh, okay. So I know you were talking about having to maybe replace the liner, so you're going with a whole new pool, huh?
Oh, yeah. Might as well, because the bottom end of the pool down there, it sits in the ground.
Yep.
Between the moisture and the soil and everything, kind of rusted away a little bit. So, granted, we could have put a new liner in and, maybe went a year or two from now, but we'd end up replacing it. I just told Anita, let's just get rid of all of it and just redo it all.
That's kind of where I was. I mean, we were looking to do the liner thing initially, and then when we got the old one out, all that rust and it had eaten through the sidewall. And if I had put a liner in, it may have only lasted a season, or maybe wouldn't have lasted a season.
Right. Well, I guess this new pool we got, I'm gonna have to get Anita some of them damn floaties to put on her arm, because this pool's taller than she is.
That's good.
So I'm gonna have to get her a floaty or something, So anyhow, but it's all good. But Steve, you got one more night, correct?
Correct.
That way I can listen to you tomorrow night on the way down to, or tonight, I guess, on the way down to the house. So. All righty. Well, listen, I'm going to back out of here and let other people get in. And I just hope everybody out there has a wonderful, safe Christmas. And, just enjoy yourself and don't worry about a damn thing. Life's great. So
yep.
We'll see you later, brother. And I love y'all, and you be good.
Safe travels. Thank you. Have a wonderful Christmas. Yeah, and drive careful. He's going to be out there Thursday night, Friday morning with all. He's going to be rolling down, I-75, I guess, and they probably jump over somewhere down the line to probably 65 down into Tennessee. All right, going to be a lot of nut jobs out there flying like a you-know-what to get there. Yeah, the report, we did touch on that earlier this week. Border Patrol agents warned to be vigilant after the Mexican military seized 10 IEDs, improvised explosive devices, at the border with Arizona. And in the internal officer safety alert, agents were told to exercise extreme caution and report any possible armed subjects with possible explosive devices. After the Mexican officials found the IEDs after being alerted by U.S. officials to a cartel turf war gunfight that had taken place south of the border. The cartels are reportedly fighting for control of a gap in the border, a border wall, rather, that is used for drug and human smuggling. Prior to finding the IEDs, U.S. authorities arrested a man on our side who was armed with a loaded AK-47, 2 loaded AK magazines, loose rounds, as well as a handgun. Reportedly told border agents about 11 other armed suspects that were nearby as agents heard gunfire from the Mexican side. They pulled back before the Mexican military found those 10 explosive devices filled with shrapnel and black powder. Border Patrol agents have previously reported encountering migrants carrying IEDs. Here back in September, agents found an abandoned backpack stuffed with a cannonball-sized IED, or several, as well as ammunition. They did not find any migrants in the scene. Then back in May of this year, U.S. officials found an IED at the Arizona point of entry. That device was used to make an M&M container, made with an M&M container wrapped with electrical tape. Human smugglers have been recently using a remote part of the Arizona desert to get those migrants to the U.S. A shift in smuggling routes apparently brought an influx of migrants from countries as diverse as Senegal, Bangladesh, and China, prompting the Border Patrol to seek help from federal agencies and drawing scrutiny to an issue critical in next year's presidential election, with thousands crossing every day. The government last week indefinitely shut down the nearby international crossing between Lukeville, Arizona, and Sonora, Mexico, so border agents could be assigned to the port of entry with this ongoing influx. It's a mess down there, but 17 before the hour. Yes, it is 844-844-3388. Let me get back to Mike Bost in the hearing last week talking about trucking. A lot of issues were discussed. When he asked, is there anything that your agency is doing as far as the fraud that's occurring out there? The FMCSA recently issued a final rule on broker financial responsibility and said they plan to address broker transparency. It's going to be nearly a year, October of 24. We unequivocally share your concerns about the impact of fraud on the industry and specifically broker fraud, according to Hutchinson. We are taking steps. First and foremost, we issued a financial responsibility rule that will ensure its security limit for brokers and freight forwarders is increased to $75,000. We know that's not enough. We're also taking steps to improve transparency in transactions. We've been listening to our stakeholders, working closely with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, the Transportation Intermediaries Association, among others. Of course, OOIDA said more needs to be done. On Monday of this week, December 18, OOIDA filed a petition for reconsideration of the FMCSA's final rule on broker and freight forward financial responsibility, stating that the final rule should be enhanced to ensure transparency when a broker or freight forwarder's financial responsibility falls below $75,000. The agency should also stipulate a 7-day period for the surety provider or financial institution to investigate and determine the validity of the claim. Now, these and other modifications would promote a fair working environment between the brokers, freight forwarders, and motor carriers that will best serve the public interest. Comments from OOIDA. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, let's say hello to Daryl. How we doing, Daryl?
Merry Christmas, and how is the family in Stryker today?
Everybody getting ready for Christmas, right? I think Turbo's expecting some extra treats this weekend.
Right. I remember well this time last year because I live on a hill, and I could not get off this hill. It was iced over. My daughter was very unhappy with me, but I could not get to her house for Christmas.
Right.
My wife has fallen several times, and she is scared to death of ice, and I couldn't take the chance of getting somebody hurt, so it boxed me in. My dad had the period of rain on the first day of the month. You would have 15 days of rain that month, and it rained on the first day of December around here. And if I count correctly, we've had 15 days of moisture. It did not always rain hard, but it rained.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to count snow as part of that rain. So I think we've had 15 days. Has it been wet over at your house?
Yeah, we got a little bit. They had that burst of snow the other day. They coated the ground briefly, and most of it's pretty much gone now. But, yeah, I guess, a little sprinkle here, a sprinkle there kind of thing.
I really do appreciate your coming on with the weather forecast across the 48 states. You're right on target. And that kind of sets me up for what I need to do doing my outside work for the next couple of days.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like we may have a bit of a rainy Christmas this year.
Yes, but it's a little warmer, and maybe the kids can get out a day or two and play football, flag football.
Yep.
Hey, I will let you go, and I hope you have a very Merry Christmas and lots of pie and cake and all the trimmings.
Thank you very much, Daryl. You do the same. If we don't talk to you tomorrow evening, yes, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Because after tomorrow night, it'll be the new year before we get an opportunity to chat live once again. Remember I believe it's Christmas with the Cranks came out a few years ago. There's Tim Allen and Jamie Lee Curtis, where Tim Allen plays the role of, we're skipping Christmas this year. Tries to convince his wife to, let's go on a cruise. Let's just leave all this blustery cold behind, all the madness that I was kind of describing earlier that is Christmas. And one thing he's really looking at is the budget, how much they spent on Christmas cards and the Christmas tree and the decorations and the food. And said, we can actually go on a cruise for less than we spend for Christmas here. Remember that? Well, at this moment, there are some folks out on a cruise ship who are expecting to be in the balmy, sunny beaches of the Bahamas right about now. But that's not where they're at. Passengers on the cruise ship, the MSC Meraviglia. I'm not real up to speed on my MSC cruise lines. They are nice ships, but they're not getting the balmy getaway they were expecting. The ship was scheduled to sail to the Bahamas this week. Instead, headed to New England and Canada. due to the unseasonable, rapidly worsening weather that would have made it impossible to safely reach the southern Atlantic from New York City, according to the director of communications with MSC Cruises USA. Obviously, the last-minute change left guests scrambling. You've packed for your cruise. Your destination is Bahamas. What do you think they've packed? They've packed shorts, T-shirts, swimming trunks, bathing suits. They don't have winter weather apparel in their bags. Lakaya Allen of Bloomington, Illinois, said she was notified of the itinerary change about 8:30 last Friday evening, just hours before they were planning to head to Chicago to catch an early flight to New York City. So I get the notification. I rush to Walmart, try to get my family some winter clothing. I grabbed whatever I could, but Walmart was closing early that night, so we just had to bring pretty much what we had packed. We've got shorts, bathing suits, and sunscreen, right? Now, if the email did say anything about getting a refund or a credit, it was in the fine print because I didn't see anything. Now, I was hoping they would maybe reroute the ship once we got to New York, but apparently guests were actually then given the choice to cancel their trip for a future cruise credit at their convenience or to sail on this new itinerary. The cruise statement said the only alternative would have been to take the more extreme step of canceling the cruise entirely and canceling thousands of people's vacations outright. But the complexities involving obtaining last-minute berths for unplanned stops and provisioning the ship along the new route left a sailing to Canada and New England is the only viable option, they said. What a huge change of plans. Allen said she had been planning for her family's trip to the Bahamas since last February. This was a Christmas gift for her children, and she already had family actually waiting for them on the island as well as in New York City. I told myself we're going to do something different this year. And instead of buying all these gifts, we were going to travel and make some memories. At first, everybody tried to make the most of it. So in the video, you see kids jumping in the outdoor pool as they were on boarding the ship in New York. It was only 40 degrees outside. Now we've all congregated around the indoor pool, so the pool is very crowded. Allen said her family spent the first 2 days of this cruise in Boston, where most people spent the day off the ship trying to find winter clothing. The following day, they got the boat and other passengers searching for sweaters and coats. Now, she said via TikTok, she's sharing videos. We're in Portland right now, trying to find out what to do in Portland, what's in this area, because we didn't plan for this. Yes, the ship is beautiful, but I didn't plan on leaving the cold weather behind to go to another cold place. I wanted to be in the sunshine. Either way, that ship, the MSC Meraviglia, is scheduled to arrive in St. John in the Canadian province of New Brunswick today, Thursday, after those stops in Boston and Portland. What's the weather supposed to be like in St. John today? Forecast calls for a high temperature of 27 degrees and an overnight low of 12 degrees this Thursday morning. Can you imagine? We were supposed to be in the Bahamas, and it's 12 degrees. Guarantee there aren't many folks out there on the deck lying in the sun trying to catch some rays for their Christmas cruise. Got to feel bad for them, but all right, next year we got a big event coming up in this country. It's the big solar eclipse, which will cut a swath of totality through a large chunk of the heart of the country, which it's only a number of miles wide where the totality is visible. So people on either side of that, by the hundreds of thousands, all try to congregate and get into areas that will find themselves in that totality during the eclipse. And, of course, the totality is typically just a couple of minutes. But one of those states that this will be cutting through, the totality, will be the state of Arkansas. They're already trying to plan ahead for this. Arkansas DOT this week suggested a proverbial holiday for trucking during the eclipse as a way to decrease the traffic for all the festivities that are going to be taking place. Arkansas DOT released their traffic plan for April the 8th of 2024. Traffic reduction strategies, including the likes of closing schools, encouraging people to work remotely from home, and actually asking trucking companies to cease deliveries in and through the state for that day. There's a lot of folks saying, hey, it doesn't work like that. You just can't take a trucking holiday. We'll give you more on that coming up. And back to your calls at 844-844-3388 on a Friday Eve.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. While world leaders discuss the prospects for peace in Gaza, there is new confirmation about Hamas using a Gaza hospital to house terror cells. An interview with the manager of the recently seized Kamal Adwan Hospital hit the social media giant X on Tuesday. In it, hospital manager Ahmad Hassan Ikalut details how Hamas kept terrorist leaders as well as rank-and-file fighting men safe inside the hospital during the height of the battle with Israeli forces in northern Gaza. Senator John Fetterman believes that the perspectives of young voters on Israel-Hamas war are being influenced by TikTok. According to a recent New York Times Siena poll, President Biden's approval rating for his handling of the war is a low 20%. The Pennsylvania Democrat conveyed to CNN that TikTok users may have distorted views of reality that does not accurately reflect the actual situation. Former President Trump's attorney will quickly appeal the state Supreme Court's ruling to remove Trump's name from presidential primary ballots in Colorado.
The Trump campaign says the Colorado High Court's decision will be appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. Trump has called it a deeply flawed decision. Colorado's Supreme Court on Tuesday cited Trump for violations of the 14th Amendment. They say that disqualify him from running for any federal office. Before Tuesday, Trump was gaining legal victories on this issue in other states, including Michigan and Minnesota. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Thursday and Friday will be the peak days of activity during a holiday air travel season that is setting records. According to AAA, approximately 7.5 million air travelers are expected at U.S. airports, surpassing the previous record of 7 million established in 2019. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
You are welcome to pose any question related to the 2024 elections to Google, although it's worth noting that responses may be limited. Google is imposing restrictions on the types of election-related questions that its generative AI products will address. The tech giant has indicated that this change will take effect early next year, citing an abundance of caution. In Milwaukee, President Biden is emphasizing his administration's commitment to supporting black-owned businesses. Today, he paid a visit to the Milwaukee Black Chamber of Commerce.
Across the country, wages for workers are up. Black wealth is a record 60% since the pandemic.
During his time in the city, Biden also engaged with the owner of a black-owned business actively involved in the removal of lead pipes, aligning with administration's objective to replace all lead service lines nationwide. His visit coincides with Biden's efforts to strengthen backing for his 2024 re-election campaign in the crucial battleground state. Slim Jim wants its car back. The distinctive yellow and orange Nissan Z named Fast Meat, which serves as a promotional vehicle for the brand, was reported as missing on Saturday. The car was part of the Chicago to Los Angeles tour in collaboration with the WWE. The Los Angeles Police Department is urging individuals with any information regarding the whereabouts of the car to contact the department or visit crimestoppers.org. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back as we roll into round number 2. We'll call it hour number 2. Turn the page on the calendar and make our way into the 21st day of December. Yeah, we're talking about the green Christmas for many out there as far as travelers' weather is concerned, headed into the big travel weekend. As two storms converge and bring a lot of rain to the central and southeastern portions of the country. AccuWeather tells us embedded in the heavy rain could be a few thunderstorms, but a widespread outbreak of severe weather not looking like that's going to be in the cards, thankfully. Despite that, a few thunderstorms with strong wind gusts cannot be ruled out, especially along the Gulf Coast, as well as back toward the main low-pressure system from Texas and Oklahoma Panhandle region to the Ozarks, where we could see some hail falling with this system. All right, while the plains and the lower Mississippi Valley begin to dry out by Christmas Day, millions more to the north and the east from the lower Midwest through the southeast are going to see rain arriving for your Christmas Day, including around Atlanta, Chicago, Jacksonville, Florida, Nashville, Tennessee, and St. Louis. Now, the threat of widespread flooding pretty low as the storm picks up forward speed, but it's not going to be a pretty picture for those hoping to spend time outside on Christmas Day. On Christmas Day, the storm taps into lots of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, which will bring a general inch or two of rain to cities such as Asheville and Greenville, South Carolina, on into Christmas Day night. And it doesn't end there as the storm advances up the East Coast after Christmas. That's going to produce some difficult post-holiday travel on Tuesday the 26th as that rain spreads northward along the I-85 corridor, slowing travel from Charlotte to Raleigh, even into Virginia near Richmond. Although many have dreams of a beautiful backdrop of the snow outside on Christmas morning, the prospect of rain, it's not all bad because according to the latest drought monitor released last Thursday, there's a large swath of this area expecting to see some heavy rain from Texas to the Tennessee Valley that's actually in drought conditions. Yeah, there are some areas even in the most dire category known as exceptional drought. So I guess they could use some of the rain, but just so you're forewarned, it'll be more of a wet Christmas for some. Real quick before I get back to the cause, let me jump back over. We were talking about Arkansas and trying to have a trucking holiday for the big solar eclipse on April the 8th of next year. While it may sound like a good idea, the Arkansas Trucking Association said, no, this is not a realistic solution. I do not think it's a realistic expectation that we're going to stop interstate commerce for 24 hours. I think there is value in informing members of the industry just so we can appropriately maybe set expectations, according to ATA President Shannon Newton. Our members and carriers are worried about getting their drivers home for Christmas on Friday, where they're going to be, and what the customers' demands are going to be in the month of April. I mean, you're looking a little too far out. It's just too far down the road for planning purposes right now. Everybody, we're all focused on trying to get home for the holidays. 5-7 checks in here on a Thursday morning. What's going on out there?
Oh, I'm sitting back and enjoying the news.
Feeling better yet?
Yeah. Day before yesterday, I was feeling crappy. Yesterday, I was feeling better, and today, I keep trying to blow something out of my lungs. So, we go right along with it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Thank God I feel better behind the wheel of the truck working than I do sitting there at the house or trying to sleep. So, like the news yesterday, the reporter said, or right towards the end, Trump, promoted the violent insurrection. Well, on the news, top or bottom of the hour, I can't remember, but they were saying ridiculous thing about immigration, saying that this year immigration has been higher since the pandemic, but lower than before the pandemic. You know, I'm sort of wondering that the guy that reads this stuff, does he not even follow the news? You know, what in the world, you know, we're talking, so even if you cut him a break, you know, if you're talking about legal immigration, I mean, that's the Mayorkas and them are doing now, is they're just signing like a chit. You come in on a computer, boom, you're in. So that's how they're cut, you know, millions of people saying, yeah, you're legal because you've logged in here. So that'd be considered legal. America allows 1.5 million a year immigration. That's legal immigration.
Right.
Now, and then now you got Mayorkas allowing them to come in, and they're well over millions. I'm hearing up anywhere from 5 to 7 million.
7. I mean, 8. I've heard the number 8 million since Biden took office. I mean, it's asking when you're talking daily records of 10 to 12 plus thousand in a given day. These are all records. We're setting monthly records. There's no way when you're setting records that the immigration was higher than before the pandemic. You know, before the pandemic.
But they're on the news claiming that's what the facts is, and it prompted me to make a call.
Yeah, they're nuts.
I mean, if you can't think of something, all you have to do is sit back and wait. Somebody at the news media to come on there. Now you're talking about what? They're bringing munitions up from Mexico. They're finding munitions from the immigrants coming up from Mexico.
Well, it's the the cartels are battling for who gets to use certain border crossing areas. So they're how they know which side to plant these IEDs on. But it's the cartels battling amongst one another.
Lord have mercy. Well, somebody's already been predicting by the 6th month, America will be at war. China's going to take Taiwan. Things are going to be busting, and obviously we'll probably have a lot of people here, embedded in this country going after everything. And I'm pretty sure one thing, General Milley, if he's sitting up there in D.C. going, I didn't see this happening. You know what he should have been done? Getting out of bed at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and listening to Steve Summers' Overnight Drive. Because it seems like I'm, as a trucker here in South Carolina, hauling a bunch of wood chips around, and more intelligent and more informed than the news media that's putting out this tripe and the politicians that I think they know better, they just lying. And it's definitely General Milley. Because he ain't got a clue. He didn't see it happen. So other than that, we're going to sit back and enjoy the coffee in the mail and enjoy the show. 5-7, we down.
Yeah, I think Milley's out of the picture now. But yes, prior, while he was still in office, he didn't see a lot of things. I didn't see that coming. Now it's, we got Lloyd Austin. And there was he made the big announcement about using our naval forces in a coalition of 10 or 12 different countries, naval forces trying to escort some of these container and cargo ships over in the Red Sea. Apparently, many of these container operators and cargo ship operators say they're pretty much in the dark. They haven't been informed anything about how this is going to work, how this is going to come together. Meanwhile, several had asked the question, right on the heels of the Colorado Supreme Court ruling to remove Donald Trump from the ballot for the primary in next year's election. Is it true that California's looking to do the same? Yes, that is 100% accurate. The Lieutenant Governor of California, Eleni Kounalakis, I believe is the name, called this past day for California to weigh every option to keep Trump off the ballot in 24. her request to the Democratic Secretary of State of California just one day, as I mentioned, after Colorado ruled Trump will not be allowed on the state's ballot. We know that's going to the Supreme Court. Based on the Colorado Supreme Court ruling, California's lieutenant governor says, I urge you to explore every legal option to remove Trump from California's presidential primary ballot. This decision is about honoring the rule of law in our country, protecting the fundamental pillars of democracy. These people using words like democracy when they're actually trampling on it. Now, the Colorado High Court determined Trump engaged in an insurrection, violating the Constitution's 14th Amendment. But there's been no trial, there's been no conviction, there's no such thing having been determined yet. Now, it also expanded upon it. The Colorado Supreme Court argued that the insurrection clause applies to presidents as well, making Trump ineligible to be on the ballot. And that's where we stand. Judge Napolitano this past day said, we are no longer a democracy if this Colorado ruling stands. He says the U.S. Supreme Court must overturn the Supreme Court of Colorado's ruling for the presidential primary in March. Otherwise, more states, California's just talking about it now, more states will do the same. This country will stop being a democracy. Napolitano, the former New Jersey Superior Court judge, said this past morning, it's not the way the system is supposed to work when judges are at the center of the democratic process. The voters should be at the center of the Democrat process. This ruling from Colorado's Supreme Court, where 7 judges were all appointed by Democrats, makes Trump the first presidential candidate ever to be declared ineligible under a rarely used provision of the Constitution that bans officials who've taken part in insurrection or rebellion. Now, clearly, Napolitano pointed out, the president has not only not been convicted of participating in or supporting or aiding an insurrection, he hasn't even been charged with it. The January 6 charges are not charges of aiding or abetting an insurrection. If the Colorado Supreme Court's decision is not disturbed by the Supreme Court of the United States, the ball game is over for Trump because other states are going to do the same. It is vital that the Supreme Court of the United States interfere with this decision, put it on hold, reverse it, let the voters decide. Otherwise, we don't have a democracy. Now, he did say he is confident the U.S. Supreme Court will take this case up in the next few days because ballots are about to begin being printed for the primary there in Colorado. Now, he did note, apparently, there was a trial of some sort in Colorado in which a judge there found that Trump did participate and incite insurrection on January the 6th. The Colorado Supreme Court upheld that decision. I'm not familiar with any case there in Colorado, but apparently that is something that had occurred. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, before we get back to the calls, real quick, I just shared with you what Judge Napolitano said this past day. John Nolte, with the, I believe, he's either with the Western Journal or Breitbart, I'm not sure, but John Nolte broke it down pretty clear. Even as Napolitano said, we no longer have a democracy if this stands. John says, okay, this is what the death of a democracy looks like. Let's remove the fact that this insurrection accusation against Trump is objectively laughable. Trump has not been convicted of anything, much less insurrection. Insurrection is a crime. You cannot be guilty of insurrection until a jury finds you guilty. But we've got these 4 black-robed fascists ruling against a former president as though he were a convicted criminal. These fascists punish a man who, according to our sacred Constitution, is presumed innocent. Whether we're talking about a former president or an actually convicted 3-time felon who now stands accused of a 4th felony, before a jury rules, it is un-American for anyone to punish either as though they're guilty. We've got 4 state Supreme Court judges that have just ignored that basic constitutional protection, which is nothing less than the stuff of a banana republic. Now, what's more, in this particular case, Trump's not only the only one suffering at the hands of 4 belligerents with no respect for the Constitution and the rule of law. We, the American people, the people are being punished. On no planet is it legal or moral to tell we, the people, who we can and cannot vote for, which is exactly what these judges have done. Although Trump has not been convicted of anything, much less insurrection, we're being told we're not allowed to select him to represent us? Does anyone see what's going on here? These judges are telling 6 million people they cannot vote for the candidate of their choice in that state. With the stroke of a pen, millions of Americans have been disenfranchised and lost their right to vote for the candidate of their choice. Now, until gay marriage suddenly turned into mutilating psychologically delicate kids going through the normal process of deciding who they want to be. Until transvestites started parading around little kids in public libraries. Until the FBI started framing Americans, including sitting presidents. I used to laugh at this slippery slope concept. I think the laughing is over. If this Colorado precedent is allowed to stand, the left and the corporate media have already dumbed insurrection down to any right-leaning person who protests against this government. Now think, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, allowed to burn down entire cities, take over police stations, ravage state capitals. But if one normal person raises his voice in a school board meeting, you're guilty of insurrection. Now, this is the left rules, which states our speech is violence and insurrection. their violence and insurrection are speech. Now, this is what Trump's told us how many times. They're not coming after me, he said, speaking of himself. They're coming after you, the American people. Imagine how easy it would be to pick off our candidates one after another to make them ineligible for public office by accusing them of insurrection because they might have used the word, say, fight in a public speech. You got to fight for what's right. And then they're also asked that a protest remains peaceful. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to Trump. If the left is willing to do that to a former president, what do you think? It's pretty much clear. You can bet the farm that they would do it to me or you. We had been warned numerous occasions. But I digress. We're about a minute before news break. We'll get to the anonymous hippopotamus, the inbred redneck. We'll be checking in as well. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Well, we shared the story of many families, thousands of people on that cruise ship who are not enjoying their Bahamas Christmas vacation they anticipated, otherwise freezing their butts off today in St. John's, New Brunswick. A family in Illinois had their Christmas vacation plans. Disney World, here we come. It does have a happy ending, but their Disney vacation was nearly ruined after the grandparents mistakenly purchased $10,000 worth of Disney Plus streaming service gift cards rather than Disney Park gift cards. In a series of videos, Andy Costin explains her parents were planning the big family trip for all 16 family members. To save up some money, the parents decided to buy $10,000 worth of Disney gift cards from Sam's Club and use them to pay for the trip. Well, there's a difference in a Disney streaming card, which gives you access to watching Disney movies. Well, the rest of the story coming up after this.
USA News Update. The UN may take a vote today on more humanitarian aid for Gaza as the war between Hamas and Israel rages.
A vote set for Tuesday by the UN Security Council was delayed. Since Monday, there have been disagreements between key parties, including the U.S., over language surrounding aid, monitoring, and ending hostilities in the region. At the same time, the political leader of Hamas is reportedly in Cairo today to talk with Egyptian leaders about the Israeli hostages and a possible ceasefire. I'm Ryan Daniels.
The FBI says hundreds of fake bomb threats made against Jewish worship centers, community centers, and other facilities over the weekend likely originated from outside the U.S. The Anti-Defamation League says more than 400 U.S. Jewish facilities have received false bomb threats by email since Saturday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. Let me see. Just pulled up some of our friends who had checked in. It's been a while since I pulled up the stream chat. Hello, Pappy. 31 degrees, Hamilton County, Ohio. It's that time, nocturnal listeners. That means Mr. Summers has a hot mic, podcasting from somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust. 980 from the Hot Shot Secret's hidden secret bunker. Rumor has it, if you call 844-844-3388, Mr. Summers will put you on the airwaves to share your thoughts with the country. Hammer down. Keep it sunny side up. Are you with me? Yes, we are. Very good. Jeffrey checked in from New York City. I think I swallowed down the wrong pipe. Hey, that's a good thing to do. Hello, Scott. Cliff says, good morning from Hamilton, Ohio. Bradley just completed my last day of returning to Big Brown, a.k.a. UPS, for the peak season. Now it's back to retirement, a.k.a. my 10-month vacation. Have a great Christmas. All right, I'll get back to the rest of the story. Let me grab the anonymous hippopotamus so I can take a drink here.
I was going to say, you need a little pat on the back, Your Honor. But
anyways,
It's a piece
so
of it's a
thanks for
piece of
taking
that
my
it's
call.
a piece of that potato chip I was munching on during the break there. Potato chips.
All right. You didn't. It wasn't a piece of Slim Jim, was it? Did you run out during the break and get a piece of Slim Jim out of that fast meat car?
No, that wasn't me.
All right. The princess isn't riding around on fast meat, is she?
How difficult?
Is she home sleeping right now?
How difficult would it be to spot the actual Slim Jim car? I mean, where it's got to be in a
big
garage.
yellow car
right.
going really fast. Yeah. That's just what you need to take there. Yeah, it might as well be hot pink, right? But it's hot something. But anyways, there. So 5-7 there. He mentioned the deal about the record part of the immigration, or people coming across the border since the pandemic. Did you catch the other part of what President Biden said there? That the black unemployment is the lowest since the pandemic. Well, how about he compares it to what it was before the pandemic?
Correct.
Do you think it would be record then? No, it'd still be astronomically high and low employment and high unemployment. So it's just amazing how you can just turn things by saying them in the in the context that you want to put it. You can make anything a record this or record that depending on the context you're using. Don't compare it to what actually was. But anyways, there. So we digress. And I see there was a lot of support for President Trump from his competitors there. The other candidates in the Republican primary there. It seemed like all of them came out in support of President Trump, and not this court finding.
Correct.
So
right. I don't know.
we'll have to-
Was Chris Christie in the mix? I cannot envision him supporting Trump.
Yeah, I really doubt it.
Gotta
But I
double
really
check
doubt
on
it.
that.
But if he was smart, he would, because that would show that he was actually a halfway intelligent person. But if he doesn't, then we know what side he's really on with Liz Cheney. But that's But even Ron DeSantis came right out, and I mean he made a very good speech and comments about why President Trump should still be on the ballot there, and I still think that the power of the people should still be able to use their pen, Your Honor. I think even if the government doesn't allow his name to be there, I think the power of the people with the pen should be able to write his name in. So,
right.
So I'm hoping that even if this does go through and either the Supreme Court doesn't take it up or the Supreme Court, lets it go on. I hope the people take the power of the pen and just overrule and show what democracy really is in this country. And maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe enough of them will actually go out to the polling place to do that. But anyways, so should we mention anything about a caller from last night should call back in tonight for a certain reason?
What was his name? I believe it was Will. I don't know.
Will.
What time does he start tuning
How
in?
could I forget that?
Yeah. He shares your name, but yes, Will. I mean, we were down to the final minutes of the program, and he called in. He's one of those that tunes into the voice of the Delmarva there on the East Coast, and I didn't get his number down for a first-time caller code. Will, if you're out there, I implore you, give us a call back. I need to get your number.
That's right. Get $60 worth of Hot Shot secret product there.
Yes.
To do everything, and there's all the. Hopefully, he's listened long enough to realize of all the good stuff there is, whether it's for the automotive or whether it's the Never Rust spray or the gun oil. I talk about if you got anything that needs little working, that you used to use that little 3-in-1 can. You go to the tick tock when you squeeze the can, and any place you use that oil in, if you use this gun oil, you'll be amazed how much better things work than they ever did with that other stuff. So yeah, just definitely call back in and get your code and hey, you want to know something? I don't know. It's getting close. It might be after Christmas presents, but even if you don't use it all yourself, get a 6-pack of the Never Rust spray at least, and give them out as Christmas presents. I tell you, everybody would be greatly pleased by that. But anyways, I've done my share of promotion. Now you got to keep doing the phone number thing, so all these new listeners that are out there know to call in to get all this free stuff, and you got to give them all the phone number, because I don't know if I can remember, what is it, 888.
No.
Yeah, you see, now I got me all confused here. I'm trying to remember it now. But anyways, I'll let you do that, because you're the man in charge here for this program. But anyways, there. So before everybody disappears, there, I'll definitely wish everybody a happy Christmas, Merry New Year, and enjoy the season and enjoy your family. And anybody that's out here next week, if you want to ringy-dingy me the other way, I'll be out here all next week. I don't know. Last year I even worked Christmas Day, so we'll see what happens this year, whether I get to do that or not. They almost pay me double to go out there and work on a Christmas Day or a Sunday, so I don't refuse that very often. And and so anyways, I don't know. Found a new friend on Facebook. They keep coming along. I keep adding to them. I don't know how many I have at this point. I should look maybe at some point. But it's a longtime follower of the show and supporter for me for Make-A-Wish. So I guess if I got one request to ask, if anybody wants to help with the Make-A-Wish thing that I do, I'll post a new thing up there for coming up this year for the 2024 thing. And the only thing I can say is, with everybody's gracious help that they've done every year I've been involved in doing this here for, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 years, whatever it's been now. Every year I've been able to raise more money than the previous year. So I'm planning on doing that again this year. I set myself a pretty high goal, so hopefully we can come close to the goal, if not reach or exceed it, because pretty much every year I've actually exceeded my goals. So I'll put up a new thing for Make-A-Wish, and everybody will be able to see where it's at. And we're working more on the fire truck. When we get it out of winter storage, we're going to put a lot of effort into it in the spring, and hopefully improve that a little bit and make for a really good show. And this year is going to be the 35th anniversary. I know they're planning on doing a lot of extra for this year because the 30th anniversary got waylaid due to COVID. We really had to. They really weren't able to celebrate their 30th anniversary, so they're making a big thing about the 35th this year. So we're gonna see what we can do. And as I say, with everybody's help, I'm actually for the top 30 drivers there. I'm number 8 this year. So if we can do better, maybe we can be in the top 5 next year, Your Honor, the year after. So we'll see what we can do with it. But as I say, everybody out there, happy Christmas, Merry New Year, and we'll catch you all. Well, some of you tomorrow night, and the rest of you later on or next year.
A lot of folks winding up the year, those final runs. And there will be those out there delivering freight right through Christmas Day. Yeah, freight doesn't stop for a holiday. All right, speaking of which, I mentioned the almost spoiled Christmas vacation for an Illinois family. To save some money, the grandparents, now we're talking 78-year-old grandparents, they decided to buy $10,000 worth of Disney gift cards from Sam's Club to pay for their Christmas vacation, the whole family, 16 family members. Now, the reason Sam's Club, a lot of times gift cards are discounted, a lot of times up to maybe 25%. So like for every $100 gift card you would buy, it would only cost you $75. Depending, there are numerous stores that offer discounts, or other perks when you purchase gift cards at their locations. So if they purchased $10,000 worth of gift cards, they were looking to save as much as maybe $2,500. Now, I can vouch for the fact that just the other day, my mom, who 76 years old, looking to purchase some gift cards for the grandkids, Rowan and Avery, who do the video gaming thing. I know Avery plays Fortnite. I'm not sure exactly who plays what. Rowan, I know he played Fortnite at one point in time. He does the Roblox, the Xbox, whatever, Roblox. Do they want an Xbox card or a PlayStation card? I'm like, Mom, I really don't know what to tell you. I mean, if she goes in there and tries to buy, she's going to get the wrong darn thing. I got to find out what they actually want. So I can see how these, 78-year-old folks were kind of confused. It said Disney on it. It looks like a Disney card. They accidentally, though, purchased gift cards for the Disney Plus streaming services, not the Disney parks. Costin said she realized the mistake when her 78-year-old parents, were having problems trying to load the gift cards online. Yep, we've got $10,000 worth of Disney Plus streaming services. Like 70 years worth of Disney Plus, she said. Now, she was posting videos on TikTok hoping that maybe someone could give her some advice on how to rectify the situation. Some folks were critical, like calling them a DA. I don't know why somebody would let them buy that many cards of streaming services anyway, one said. TikTok users pointed out that the marketing on the Disney Plus gift cards is pretty clear that they are for the streaming service, not for the theme parks. But we're talking about 78-year-old people. They didn't know the difference. I mean, there's a big generational gap, understanding what all this modern streaming stuff is. Although there was plenty of criticism, she actually had some folks that were on her side. Fortunately for the family, though, because the story kind of blew up via social media nationwide, they were put in contact with the right person at Disney who could fix the situation. Now, some folks were trying to accuse her of trying to get a free trip or a refund, but that was not the goal. This was not about trying to get money or anything free. I was hoping to find somebody who could know what to do to fix it. Disney is turning the $10,000 worth of Disney Plus gift cards into $10,000 worth of Disney Parks gift cards. So the family is happy to know they're going to enjoy their Christmas vacation. That would be kind of like, what do you do now? You could watch a lot of Disney movies, 70 years worth, right? To the inbred redneck.
Oh, well, big buddy, I tell you what, it's a crazy world out there. You got people on cruise ships. They was wanting to go to the daggone Bahamas and drink their Tijuana Mamas and everything else, and daggone, they're ending up in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, and daggone, buddy, it's a crazy world out there, ain't it, buddy?
Yes,
and then you got these old people buying up their own gift cards. Whew. I tell you what, buddy, it's been a good day. I kind of gave everybody a break because I figured at the holiday season, Steve, I didn't want to go out there and push my political campaign upon anybody.
Right.
But the way I see it, Steve, I would just wait. It's like the old song says, I need a miracle every day. And it looks like today's my day. The way it looked to me, buddy, is daggone. Buddy, I got California and Colorado wrapped up. It's me and Sleepy Joe. That's it, buddy. It's over with. Lights out for Joe. Buddy, I've been out there, shaking hands, kissing baby, groping wives and changing lives.
Oh, yeah.
So the way I see it, if a lot more of these blue blood Democrats start forcing their nose in there, getting all this treason stuff worked up, buddy,
I think the dream is still alive, buddy. I think the inbred redneck's going up to the big White House. I'm going to be the first president up there with 2 first ladies, buddy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, buddy. I mean, just think of it. You know, once you get in there, you can do about anything. And I promise the redneck girls. Now, dang on it, if I was president, you know, they've been trying to chip away at me. They tell me, you got to make a choice. You got to either get with one of us or the other one or whatever. Nope. I'm just too much of a man just to, you know, settle for one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
Why settle for one or the other when you can have both, buddy? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's almost like Neapolitan ice cream, you know. That makes me think maybe I need a third, buddy. Anyway, whatever happened to the Velvet Elvises? Do you remember those?
The Velvet Elvises.
Yeah, the big, you know, they come in like a painting or a wall hanging, you know. They were usually right beside the dogs playing poker at the store, you know. Well, you know what, buddy? I'm bringing it back. I said, there's got to be a service out there that I can give the world. And, buddy, I finally figured it out. What is greater than velvet? It's smooth, it's silky, it's soft to the touch. And just think, right now, if all your listeners out there, say you know how it goes with the older gals, it takes a little while to get them revved up. Well, you go out there and buy one of them renderings of the inbred redneck and several states of undress in velvet.
Oh, Lord.
Hang that on the wall, buddy. Oh, my. Now, I can't promise any of you out there it'll be there by Christmas. But I tell you what, if y'all call in tonight, 844-844-3388, Steve is going to hook you up with one of them Velvet Elvises of the inbred redneck for the low fee of $199.95, buddy. We can't promise it's going to be there for Christmas, but hey, wouldn't it be a great way to bang in the new year with your velvet inbred redneck wall hanging, buddy?
Oh, boy. So for our New Year's Eve parties, how about the inbred redneck? Remember the old corduroy suits?
Corduroy suits, yes.
Yes.
You know the great thing about them, Steve, not only was they stylish, but everybody knew it when you walked by, buddy. You know, you got the great sound effects. You know?
Right.
It was like man, I'm telling you what.
So obviously the inbred redneck, at some point in time, you had a corduroy suit. You know that sound.
Oh, yeah. Hey, buddy, I tell you what, it was corduroy with bell bottoms. I don't know how bad that would date me, but, I mean, y'all figured out the butterfly collar, you know. So, yeah, buddy. Only thing greater than that would probably be, I'm going to get the inbred redneck girls on this, buddy. I'm glad you brought it up. Corduroy G-strings.
Oh, yeah, and don't forget,
that's right, fellas.
Don't forget the button-up shirts with the pearl snap buttons.
Oh, yeah. That way, you know, you got them pearl snaps, buddy, quick release, and plus it's stylish. People know you got money.
There you go.
Pearl, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be available at your local flea market. Then call that 844-844-3388. It's going to rush it on out to you. get it on over there to the Delmarva Peninsula. You know, Steve, from being so close to D.C., that is a good area over there once you get east, D.C., buddy. I'll tell you what, a lot of good farming people over there, and they talk a little bit weird for some, East Coast people, but that's all right. That's all right. We're glad to have them along, ain't we, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember them old shoes, buddy, they used to have? I don't know what they would call them things. I don't remember the names. They was like suede. Had some big old rubber heel on them. They was weird, buddy. I know me and you was about the same age, but they was back in the 70s.
I had me some platform shoes. I think I was 5th or 6th grade, man. I was styling because I was like 2 inches, 3 inches taller in my shoes.
Yeah, walking on sunshine up there in the clouds, man. Yeah, it helped out a many a feller, say he's a little bit short or whatever, We need to bring him back. Can we get like a Steve Summers autographed? Personally autographed. Just think about it, Steve. You'd be bigger than Michael Jordan. And them Air Jordans go out of style. We get them Steve Summers platforms out there to the public.
It could be the latest, greatest hit. I mean, all the old Brady Bunch fans would be, they'd be ordering 2 and 3 pair at a time, wouldn't they? We're dating ourselves. We're getting old, aren't we? In bed, Red Dad. I got to get to top of the hour. Rolls around. We close out another on a Thursday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The UN may take a vote today on more humanitarian aid for Gaza as the war between Hamas and Israel rages.
A vote set for Tuesday by the UN Security Council was delayed. Since Monday, there have been disagreements between key parties, including the U.S., over language surrounding aid, monitoring, and ending hostilities in the region. At the same time, the political leader of Hamas is reportedly in Cairo today to talk with Egyptian leaders about the Israeli hostages and a possible ceasefire. I'm Ryan Daniels.
The FBI says hundreds of fake bomb threats made against Jewish worship centers, community centers, and other facilities over the weekend likely originated from outside the U.S. The update comes in an FBI note sent out to national Jewish organizations in the wake of the threats this week. The Anti-Defamation League says more than 400 U.S. Jewish facilities have received false bomb threats by email since Saturday. The FBI said there appeared to be a connection between perpetrators of the emails because many of them used the same language. The government in Iceland says in a statement it does not believe this week's volcano will present a threat to life. Authorities say lava flowing from the volcano south of Reykjavik appears to be moving away from a nearby town. Another town had to be evacuated weeks ago because of seismic activity and reported earthquakes. So far, authorities say the volcano is not causing major flight disruptions in Iceland. Slim Jim wants his car back. The distinctive yellow and orange Nissan Z named Fast Meat, which serves as a promotional vehicle for the brand, was reported missing Saturday. The car was part of the Chicago to Los Angeles tour in collaboration with the WWE. Los Angeles Police Department's urging individuals with any information to contact the department or visit crimestoppers.org online. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Biden administration announced yesterday that it is taking the first steps towards writing key standards and guidance for the safe deployment of AI, as well as how to test and safeguard systems. The Commerce Department's National Institute of Standards and Technology has said that it was prompted by Biden's executive order on AI in October and is aimed at developing industry standards around AI safety, security, and trust. The agency is seeking input from AI companies and the public on AI risk management and reducing risks of AI-generated misinformation. The U.S. population is climbing.
The United States experienced its largest population growth this year since the onset of the pandemic. The U.S. Census Bureau attributed the increase to a reduction in deaths and a return of immigration to pre-pandemic levels. Nearly 90% of the nation's growth occurred in the southern region. Despite this growth, the overall increase remains relatively low in historical terms. I'm John Schaefer.
Minnesota's State Emblems Redesign Commission has chosen a final version of the new state flag yesterday in 11-1 vote. They also finalized a new state seal that depicts the state bird. The new state flag features an 8-pointed North Star against a dark blue background with a solid light blue field at the right. This flag will be replacing the old state flag, which many Native Americans considered offensive. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regen, engines, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much, and just like that, another hour. Here we go. Rolling into a Thursday. Once again, it's 844-844-3388. We flip over, had a few others check in here in the last little bit. Rubber Duck says, hey, y'all, made it home. Got my last load on. 5 stops for the year. And it's off to Daytona to see Mom this Christmas. And he says, I owe this all to one driver who I've run with and worked with, calling me this morning to ask if I got my tickets yet. Then Mark Carrillo proceeded to buy my round-trip tickets before they sold out. Talk about waiting to the last minute there, Rubber Duck. He said, I am so blessed. All right, congratulations. So you got your tickets? I mean, air travel this weekend. It's a record weekend, all-time record they're anticipating. So you're probably darn lucky you got a ticket this late. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Nation, and happy Thursday. Today, the longest night of the year. Yes, winter starts later today, but I won't complain about this weather right now that we have in the Great Lakes. Got the regular run tonight, clouds 41, rolling along I-71 in the Bluegrass State. Hey, be safe, pack your patience due to all the extra traffic. Oh, and by the way, you mentioned that solar eclipse, April the 8th of 24. That is actually expected to give us totality in my home 20. Yeah, they're telling us hotels are already booked up. Schools are already planning on closing that day. Yeah, it's going to be a big one. You don't get a lot of opportunities in our lifetime to find ourselves in a total solar eclipse. All right, Joe says, hello, Steve, all the Overnight Drive listeners. 30 degrees, clear skies here in Winchester, Virginia. Hope everyone makes it home to their families, have a Merry Christmas, and a safe holiday season. There's Hillbilly Tex. Yes, I'm all decorated for Christmas. Up to 10 trees in the house this year. Wanted to wish you and all my trucking brothers and sisters out there a safe and Merry Christmas. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell, exit 81 of I-75, Tennessee. All right, Rainmaker checking in from Thailand. He says, cooler weather has arrived. Steve, can you please read the story I sent you? Captain America tries to get into MacDill Air Force Base. Very hilarious. Okay, yeah, the rest of the story. Guess this has got to fall under like a Dumbass of the Week nominee. A Florida man billed himself as a beloved superhero in an attempt to get into an Air Force base, but couldn't get past security, according to federal prosecutors. 33-year-old Baruch Roche II tried to enter MacDill Air Force Base last month, saying he was Captain America, that he had a meeting with a U.S. Special Operations Command general to provide top-secret information. Somebody's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, right? Now charged with one count of attempted possession of a firearm in a federal facility, Roche approached the military installation in a Hyundai Genesis about 2:15 in the afternoon on November 3rd After refusing to provide identification to security personnel, he said he was the beloved Marvel superhero character, and he was a member of SOCOM. He also continued to reach for a bag in the vehicle, became argumentative, authorities said, allegedly said he would come back to the base every day to look for the officers denying him entry. He eventually gave the officers his military ID, showing him to be retired from the Air Force, and was arrested. During a search of the vehicle, authorities found a Colt AR-15 assault rifle in the trunk, 5 magazines with 125 rounds of .556 caliber ammunition. The Tampa Police Department also responded to the scene and interviewed Roche. Officials say Roche was involuntarily hospitalized due to his extreme state of paranoia, psychosis, and threat to harm U.S. Air Force security personnel. I am Captain America. I've got to speak to the general. All right, thank you much. Rainmaker, so yeah, cooler weather there in Thailand that time of year. Hello, Monty. Good morning, Your Honor. 75 northbound just past Franklin, Ohio, headed back to the Motor City, going back into retirement. It's 844-844-3388, and there's Pup checking in this Thursday. Hello, Pup.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Playing radio.
Playing radio. That's good. Hey, I know what I want for Christmas. Could they work on that app and get it a little louder, please?
I'll drop a dime. I'll let them know.
I don't know if it helps them or not, but I used to be able to listen to you like where the volume set at 19, and my radio only goes to 30, and you just barely coming in on that. I guess I could try Rumble, but I don't have that downloaded.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, what in Sam Hill's wrong with them Pearl Snap buttons? They still sell them in Western stores.
Do they? All right. I had several of those when I was younger. You know, with the big floppy collars on them. We were in style.
Well, these are just like regular summer shirts or winter shirts. You know, with the buttons. They don't have the big collars like that anymore. But I was listening to a show today and answer Horsefeather's question. Even if they wrote Donald Trump's name on that ballot, it would be thrown away. It would be invalid. So he'll win in the Supreme Court. They'll put a stop to that.
Right.
But, no, I figured you'd really be busy tomorrow night, so I wanted to call and wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We're going to miss you next week. We still got to work after Christmas. But other than that, I'm all ready for Christmas. Got the kids their money, and my wife, I got her a couple knick-knacky things, and the dog's got new toys. We're all set. Ready to rock and roll.
There you go.
I'll still be out here trying to listen, and you have a great time off, and we'll miss you out here.
All right. Well, all right. Merry Christmas. Enjoy your however much time you do get off for Christmas there. But yeah, as who was that? Horsefeather. Somebody mentioned that the other rival candidates kind of came to Trump's defense yesterday. With less than a month to go before voting begins, Trump's Republican rivals rallying in his defense after the Colorado Supreme Court's decision to remove him from the ballot. Now, just as they had following Trump's successive indictments, the Republican frontrunner's opponents cast the landmark court decision, the first in history, of the 14th Amendment to disqualify a candidate as inappropriate, a stunt, and an attack on democracy. Florida Governor DeSantis charged the court's ruling was a plot to ensure Trump wins the nomination because the Democrats actually view him as the weakest Republican candidate. Look, it's unfair. They're abusing power 100%. He was actually speaking in Urbandale, Iowa this past morning. But the question is, he says, is that going to work? And I think they have a playbook, and that unfortunately will work. And it'll give Biden or the Democrat, whoever, the ability to skate through this thing. That's their plan. I think it kind of confirms Americans' deepest suspicions that many of our institutions can be weaponized against them. So it serves as proof point for the former president. Republican strategist Devin O'Malley, who served as communications chief for former Vice President Mike Pence's campaign, he noted all the justices on the Colorado court were appointed by Democrat governors. On its face, it's just plainly partisan, that it only helps him. Now, indeed, okay, this answered my question. Even former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, a fierce critic of Trump, who has blasted the other candidates for being overly differential to the former president, slammed the ruling as ill-advised. I do not think it's appropriate to take him off the ballot through the courts, he said. I think we have to beat him at the ballot box. Nikki Haley told reporters that the last thing we want is judges telling us who and who cannot be on the ballot. Then you've got Vivek Ramaswamy, who has cast himself as the heir to Trump's Make America Great Again movement, who pledged to withdraw his name from the Colorado Republican primary unless Trump's allowed on the ballot, and demanded DeSantis, Christie, and Haley to do the same thing. Now, the Colorado Republican Party, however, said he would not have to, and the party would instead convert their election from a primary to a caucus in Colorado if it's allowed to stand. The party had previously laid out a contingency plan in which delegates would be chosen on April 6th at the state convention rather than a March primary. All right, this is just one of dozens of lawsuits that have been filed nationally trying to disqualify Trump from the ballot under Section 3, which was designed to keep former Confederates from returning to government after the Civil War, which bars from office anyone who swore an oath to support the Constitution, after which then engaged in insurrection or rebellion against it. It's been used on a handful of times since the decade after the Civil War. Notably, Trump, he has had thus far won all the cases up until this week's Tuesday night decision there in Colorado. It's just insanity, political ploys, as we've said. To what extent will they go to keep this man from becoming president? All right, who's selling the most gold these days? Well, Costco? Costco is ruling the gold bar market right now. The beloved retailer has found considerable success selling 1-ounce gold bars. And in just the last fiscal quarter, Costco sold over $100 million worth of gold bars, according to the announcement this past day. Costco's chief financial officer shared the news in an earnings call, according to CNBC. When asked about consumer holiday trends, he said they're buying gold. Last Friday, a 24-karat gold bar from South Africa mining company Rand Refinery was available on Costco's website at a members-only price of $2,069.99, although it might not be in stock for long. As the company said, the gold bars typically sell out shortly after being made available online. They've also been selling gold bars made by the Swiss precious metal supplier PAMP Swiss, P-A-M-P Swiss, but none were available online as of last Friday morning. According to the product details on Costco's page, Rand Refinery's gold bars are individually stamped with a unique serial number and arrive in a sealed black assay card. The PAMP Swiss Gold Bars are individually controlled, registered, and secured within CertaPamp packaging with an official assay certificate and a digital certificate accessed with a QR code. They say both items are non-refundable and are shipped via UPS. The Rand Refinery Gold Bar currently has a 4.8 out of 5 rating on the company's website. One member writing in a consumer rating that it was a beautiful piece of gold. Now, Costco customers are limited to 2 bars per membership. The market price of an ounce of gold last Friday afternoon was $2,018.39. Charts showing that the price for an ounce of gold has steadily risen over the past 5 years, from 2018 and 19 when it averaged about $1,200 to $1,300. Spot gold prices are up about 12% this year, with at least one forecaster, being J.P. Morgan, calling for a rally in the metal in 2024, peaking at about $2,300 per ounce due to an anticipated dip in interest rates. Again, according to CNBC. Let's see where that goes.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I know we've shared a lot of recall notices for the big trucks out there. Volvo, Mack, Peterbilt. I mean, throughout 2023, there's been a fair share of recalls. Roy shares a story from Yahoo Finance this past day, stating that on the automobile side, Ford has kind of struggled with quality issues for a while now, but despite their efforts, the automaker has earned yet another undesirable record. For the 3rd year in a row, the Blue Oval is the most recalled automaker in the United States, with 54 recalls through December 18 this year. While many of the automakers with multiple recalls did so because of electrical system issues, Ford's most recalled component category was powertrains. They've recalled more than 5.5 million vehicles this year, more than twice the number of the next closest automaker on the list, which was Stellantis, according to Automotive News. General Motors recalled more vehicles, but they were spread across other brands in the portfolio. Tesla, of course, had the largest single recall of the year with more than 2 million vehicles, dealing with the autopilot monitoring issues there just a week or so ago. Although it's still leading the pack, Ford is making progress. By this time last year, the automaker had issued 68 recalls. More than 8.7 million vehicles affected. This year's numbers are better than that, but Yeah, worse than 2021 when they had 53 recalls involving 5.4 million. Ford's efforts will take time. The company, they say, is simplifying its manufacturing process. They've implemented more testing and quality control procedures. Ford also said their suppliers are providing better traceability and noted that connected vehicles and better warranty prices allow it to identify and fix problems much quicker than before. Now, to be fair to Ford, it sells millions of vehicles every year, so there's plenty of opportunity for things to go wrong. Some of the recalls involve simple issues like software glitches. Some are more serious, although the number is something Ford would like to see reduced, obviously. But it shows they're serious about identifying and fixing problems. And the experts agree, one telling Automotive News that Ford's willingness to actually recall vehicles for even minor issues is rather promising. It should be considered a positive thing, he says. Very interesting. All right, I'll see what's going on with Senor Heatwave, I believe. Update?
No, this is Doug.
Oh, okay. Well, it says Heatwave update on the screen.
Yeah, I haven't been listening every day the last couple days. Well, first, Steve, I just want to say Merry Christmas to you and Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Thanks for being there. Love the show. And I was just wondering if, like I said, I've been listening intermittently.
Mm-hmm.
And just wondering how Heatwave is doing. If you had any information, last I heard he had left the waste transportation thing that he was doing.
Yes, he got the new position with who the heck was that I can't remember the name of the company. Same one, I believe it's the same one that Pup drives for. But either way, I think he's been going through the orientation thing. Right now he's supposedly, I guess, out there driving with the trainer for a couple of weeks before they'll cut him loose on his own. But yeah, I think everything's looking up for him as we head into the new year.
Well, good to know. I'm glad he landed on his feet. I just wanted to wish you happy holidays there, and thank you. And you have a good night, Steve. I'm going to vamoose out of here.
All right. Well, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you as well, Doug. Thanks for being a listener to the program. Yeah, Senor Heatwave. I did see a post from here a few days ago where he was kind of getting off the social media thing for a few days. Yeah, I think he was under the suspicion that somebody might have kind of like hacked his Facebook account or something. Not exactly sure, but I'm sure others out there. Gilligan, somebody can give us the full report. I haven't talked to Heatwave off the air in a while, but yeah, I think everything looking good, right? Looking bright. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you this Thursday morning.
USA News Update. The UN may take a vote today on more humanitarian aid for Gaza as the war between Hamas and Israel rages.
A vote set for Tuesday by the UN Security Council was delayed. Since Monday, there have been disagreements between key parties, including the U.S., over language surrounding aid, monitoring, and ending hostilities in the region. At the same time, the political leader of Hamas is reportedly in Cairo today to talk with Egyptian leaders about the Israeli hostages and a possible ceasefire. I'm Ryan Daniels.
The FBI says hundreds of fake bomb threats made against Jewish worship centers, community centers, and other facilities over the weekend likely originated from outside the U.S. The Anti-Defamation League says more than 400 U.S. Jewish facilities have received false bomb threats by email since Saturday. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, good to have you on board as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, as we like to refer to it. Make our way into a new day. The future of autonomous trucking as we close out 23. There's been a lot of changes this year. A lot exiting the market, a lot of big names. It's the proverbial shakeout in the autonomous trucking in full force, where actually 3 of the previous leaders who were looking at commercial routes without humans in the cab and a couple of late entries on the periphery. Starting with Embark Trucks. They became the first to fall earlier this year, back in March, laying off 70% of their San Francisco-based employees, prompting an emotional goodbye from the co-founder, Alex Rodriguez. Now, Alex is only in his mid-20s. He's the co-founder, and he had a college buddy, Brandon Moak, stood to garner hundreds of millions when Embark went public via special purpose acquisition merger with Northern Genesis Acquisition Corporation back in November of 21. In an email to employees, Rodriguez said, "I'm sorry that myself and Brandon were not able to find a way. You're an amazing team. It's been the highlight of my life to get to work with you all." They spent most of the $314 million received in that SPAC. Investors redeemed $300 million in shares at the last minute, depriving Embark of any additional working capital. They did not have a manufacturing partner, marketing their robotic driver system as an OEM agnostic add-on. Venture capitalists and investors who loved the promise of autonomous technology when borrowing was cheap began to refocus on profits when the cost of money rapidly rose. Their financial prospects dimmed after a 1-for-20 reverse stock split in August of last year. The company's share price had drifted under $1, facing delisting from the NASDAQ. With no one stepping in to lend any money, they considered liquidation before selling itself in May of this year to Applied Intuition, which is an autonomous simulation business, $71 million in cash. Waymo, next big net. The Alphabet Incorporated, the parent of Google, looked for ways to cut cost. Their other bets found themselves vulnerable. Waymo, via the commercial trucking arm of the ride-hailing company Waymo, found itself repeatedly in the crosshairs. Layoffs started in March, a practical shutdown of the trucking startup in July. While work continued on the robo-taxi program in several cities, Waymo had to tread lightly because of the relationship with the market-leading Daimler Truck. They continue to work on a redundant chassis for a Freightliner Cascadia involving mechanical backups for key systems like steering, braking, and low-voltage power. Waymo left open the possibility of returning to the trucking space, but all projects, save for Daimler, have pretty much been shelved. TuSimple, the next big name, perhaps the most unexpected departure, was that of TuSimple. Acknowledged as a leader from the time of its 80-mile driver-out pilot in December of 21. That might have been the last good thing that happened to this startup with separate operations in China. The layoff of 25% of its U.S. workforce a year ago preceded a second round of cuts in May of this year, just weeks after TuSimple celebrated 10 million miles of supervised autonomous driving in this country. That was followed by a start of a strategic review in late June, when TuSimple said they might actually leave the U.S. market to focus on China and Japan. And it was, of course, earlier this month when they pulled the plug, keeping just enough U.S. workers to wind down operations in the first quarter of next year. Company had $776 million in cash. Their financing was okay. Cash equivalents and short-term investments at the end of the third quarter. The impetus to focus on China, though, may have come from the co-founder, Mo Chen, who has businesses there. He actually controls 59% of TuSimple's voting stock. So moving away from U.S. operations after the December of last year breakup with Navistar International after a 2.5-year partnership, and reverses plans to sell or spin off TuSimple China operations. So the future of autonomous trucking, who stands to benefit in the new year, as some of the biggest names are no longer in play? Well, hello, Philip. Checking in from Florida this morning. How we doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good, but I'll tell you the one that's going to benefit is Tesla. Tesla's going to bring their truck back. They're going to keep it going. They'll probably be the ones that will dominate it if anybody does. I think the problem with the companies that we have over here right now, they want to stay to what we've got going on right now, you know. The only company that I've seen that came close to putting something out to what we've got over here now with diesel, but with electric, is Scania. They're the only ones that have kind of pretty much used the same kind of setup like we have now, but put the motor up in the front of the truck. So just have to see how it goes. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday, but I was a little bit underneath the weather. Hope you have a Merry Christmas, because I'm not going to be probably talking to you tomorrow because I got my other job. But I'm going to tell you how your day can change when you make a wrong decision. And this happened yesterday, not too far from where I live at. A gentleman decided he wanted to steal a pack of cigarettes from a Wawa and ended up in a police chase, which ended up at his house, which ended up having a gunfight with a bunch of sheriffs, and then catching the house on fire, and then at the end being detained by a dog off of your porch that gets knocked down by a tank.
Wow.
Have you heard anything about that story,
No,
Steve?
all over a pack of damn cigarettes?
Yes, sir. He went into a Wawa. He went behind the register. He took a pack of cigarettes and a thing of beef jerky. Got in his pickup truck. The folks at Wawa, they called 911. They chased him on a low-speed chase. They put stop sticks down, blew his tires out. He drove into his driveway, took his truck into his garage as far as it would go, climbed out of his truck in his garage, went up in his attic, crawled through the attic space into the second story of his house. Meanwhile, the house is on fire because before he got out of the truck, he set a fire. And then went out on the back porch, and they knocked the porch down with a tank vehicle.
Wow.
And then took him on the ground with the dog, and he was still resisting. Now, when I tell you something, you're gonna go, what? And this is real funny about the story, and the sheriff brought this out yesterday all the time during the story. He said that President Biden was going to pardon him the whole time during the story. The sheriff Chet Wood said that.
Okay.
And I just found it funny when the sheriff said that, because usually Sheriff Chipwood is a good guy, and he ain't going to tell no funny crap like that, but he said that's what the guy said during the whole time during the standoff. Don't worry, Biden's going to pardon me.
Wow.
That's what he said. Now, something that the sheriff pointed out yesterday, I guess sergeants in the sheriff's department in Volusia County are issued a shield. Now, you've seen the shields like they use for the riot gear and that kind of stuff. It kind of looks like that, and it has a little square cut in it where they can look through it with bulletproof glass.
Yeah.
When this guy was having the gunfight with the other guys, he shot that shield that one of the sergeants was using, and they clearly could have been a headshot if the sergeant hadn't had the shield. So that the sheriff pointed that out, that a lot of people don't understand when they get this equipment what it's used for, but he showed it yesterday. He said this is why we spend the money on our law enforcement guys, to give them the proper equipment. So nobody got hurt other than a graze on one officer got grazed on the side of the head, and the suspect got some dog bite wounds, which he got stitched up, and then he was taken to Volusia County Jail. But it's a story. How quick can your day change by just stealing a pack of cigarettes?
So he's going to have a Merry Christmas. Did the house ultimately totally burn down, or?
Yeah, it did. It engulfed, and the sheriff was amazed that he made it out of the house without smoke inhalation because there was so much smoke in the house I'm talking, this is a big house. It was a big 2-story house. And it's just crazy how your day can change in a flip. You know, and his family had said the last 6 months that he had been acting erratically. Thing about it is, the guy had 30 years with the DeLand Water Department, so he had a really good job established in the community. For some reason, he flipped. Nobody understands it. But, you know, luckily there was no fatalities or anything like that, or no major, you know, anybody hurt majorly, you know, life-threatening wounds. But that just goes to show you how your day can change, and it's a big problem that we've got in America, Steve. I mean, you look at a lot of the things that went down with all these shootings. It's a lot of mental issues, you know, and it's one of those things. Now, getting on to the deal with Colorado, Steve, did you ever hear of Fidel Castro?
Well, absolutely.
Okay. Did you ever study any of the Castro got into his where he's at today? Or, you know, the prominence in Cuba, the way he got through there? It's kind of started by and I'm not using him because he's a communist, and President Trump is nowhere near, or former President Trump is nowhere near what Fidel Castro is as far as his mentality of thinking about things.
Right.
But the Cuban government was started on the same kind of premise as what happened in Colorado yesterday, whereas people they started changing the ways they voted. Different things happened against the Batistas. It's a big, long story, but to sum it up, stuff like that turns into situations like in Cuba. You understand what I mean? And you get people that are going to go up against other deals, like the Democrats don't understand that when they start this stuff, it can be rebellious. And that's what happened in Cuba. And it changed the government of Cuba, you know, and that kind of stuff, if a lot of people take former President Trump's side, you know, it could turn into something like that. I'm not saying it's going to, but it could. You know, there's possibilities there. So it's just something that we need to look at. And I tell you what, I have never, ever in my life seen people trying not to get somebody elected president. What have they got to be scared of that man? I don't know. I just still trying to figure it out. You know what I mean, Steve?
Absolutely, yes.
It's crazy. I mean, leave him on the ballot. I mean, even his running mates took his side.
Yep.
So he must not be totally, you know, crazy as heck to them.
I think
because I mean, when you got your running mate,
I mean, this is the first step to literally. I mean, they talk about Trump being a threat to our democracy. This is the beginning of the end of democracy if you're going to tell people who you can or can't vote for.
Yeah, I know. It's just, it's crazy. That's the only way I can say it. You know, I mean, just to take somebody off your ballot. Now, I know one thing. He's probably not going to get taken off the ballot down here. I don't think he's going to get taken off the ballot in Florida. Now, I don't know about all the rest of the states, but, I mean, you think about that. That's what, 1/50th of the count of the votings?
Right.
The votes? You know? And we'll just see how it plays out. And also, Steve, not trying to get into another thing again, but did you see where they took down the Confederate statue at Arlington?
Yes. I mean, for one day, a judge had put a hold on it, and then I guess opted that I guess they said that they were not going to be disturbing other grave sites. That was the accusation. So I think they started taking it down the rest of the way yesterday. It's supposed to be down by the end of the week, right? Gone.
It sure is. Yeah, and you know what? My family fought in the Confederate War. I'm a Southerner, always be a true Southerner. But the thing about it is, it's like this. It's over, folks. It's just history.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's no different than the Statue of Liberty. It's no different than going up and looking at Abe Lincoln when we go to Washington. It's no different than that. Let it go. You know, and that's what people need to do. They need to understand it's part of history. It's just a part of history. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Did they not change all the glass that was broken at the Capitol during the situation on January 6th? Absolutely. You know what I mean? Do they have are they going to put monuments up about that? No. But you know what? It's history. It happened. Let's move on. Let's pass on. You know? And that's what a lot of people can't realize and recognize and understand. We need to move on. Move on with what we need to do and get on to the next thing. Don't worry. Learn by your mistakes and move on. So just food for thought, buddy. You have a good Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year if I don't talk to you, and we'll catch you later.
Absolutely. Thank you for chiming in as always. Philip, have a great Christmas, Happy New Year. You know the drill, and we'll return.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
In other news, going back to, there was a time when Donald Trump was president of this country, trying to do the most to look out for this country, not taking care of the rest of the world per se. His focus was on American jobs, what's best for us. And there was a time when he actually called out NATO, many of the NATO member countries, as you recall, for not paying their fair share. You know, why all these big members are just paying a pittance compared to what we were paying. And I guess for fear that Trump could actually become president again, it's almost like they're taking a proactive step. Congress actually approving legislation requiring any future president to receive approval from the Senate or an act of Congress in order to withdraw the United States from NATO. This was included as part of the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, which was approved by both the House and the Senate. According to the report from The Hill, the legislation included as part of the, again, National Defense Authorization Act was led by Senators Tim Kaine of Virginia and Marco Rubio of Florida. Yeah, the legislation highlights Congress's firm stance on the importance of the NATO alliance. It's been viewed as an essential alliance since the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, NATO has held strong in response to Putin's war in Ukraine and rising challenges around the world, according to the statement from Tim Kaine, explaining that this reaffirms our support for this critical alliance that is foundational for our national security. It also sends a strong message to authoritarians around the world that the free world remains united. According to the Rolling Stone report, former President Trump had private discussions regarding the possibility of withdrawing the U.S. from NATO if he were elected president again in 2024. Obviously, we very clearly know he's often been critical of NATO, demanding that other countries beside the United States fulfill their financial obligations, rightfully so. Now, as far as little Marco, Rubio described the legislation as an important part of congressional oversight, stating the Senate should maintain oversight on whether or not our nation withdraws from NATO. We must ensure we're protecting our national interest and protecting the security of our democratic allies. But that almost spells out that there are those in our Congress and Senate that full well they can almost see the handwriting on the wall, that it is a distinct possibility of Trump becoming president once again. We shall see. All right, about a minute before news break, so hang in there. Gilligan's on board. Pappy going to be checking in. And it's 844-844-3388, to say the least. What a mess. Anybody driven that stretch along I-30 there in Arkansas? They've got this big construction project that's been going on for some time now, well over a year. But they've had numerous issues with auto accidents in this zone, where they've got these metal plates covering some of the, drains and whatnot. Yesterday morning, there were more than a dozen truck drivers, a dozen big trucks, all at the same time pulling off the interstate with blown right side tires after crossing over some of these plates between the exit 114 and 117. More on that in our next hour. First, a news update here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The UN may take a vote today on more humanitarian aid for Gaza as the war between Hamas and Israel rages.
A vote set for Tuesday by the UN Security Council was delayed. Since Monday, there have been disagreements between key parties, including the U.S., over language surrounding aid, monitoring, and ending hostilities in the region. At the same time, the political leader of Hamas is reportedly in Cairo today to talk with Egyptian leaders about the Israeli hostages and a possible ceasefire. I'm Ryan Daniels.
The FBI says hundreds of fake bomb threats made against Jewish worship centers, community centers, and other facilities over the weekend likely originated from outside the U.S. The update comes in an FBI note sent out to national Jewish organizations in the wake of the threats this week. The Anti-Defamation League says more than 400 U.S. Jewish facilities have received false bomb threats by email since Saturday. The FBI said there appeared to be a connection between perpetrators of the emails because many of them used the same language. The government in Iceland says in a statement it does not believe this week's volcano will present a threat to life. Authorities say lava flowing from the volcano south of Reykjavik appears to be moving away from a nearby town. Another town had to be evacuated weeks ago because of seismic activity and reported earthquakes. So far, authorities say the volcano is not causing major flight disruptions in Iceland. Slim Jim wants his car back. The distinctive yellow and orange Nissan Z named Fast Meat, which serves as a promotional vehicle for the brand, was reported missing Saturday. The car was part of the Chicago to Los Angeles tour in collaboration with the WWE. The Los Angeles Police Department's urging individuals with any information to contact the department or visit crimestoppers.org online. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Biden administration announced yesterday that it is taking the first steps towards writing key standards and guidance for the safe deployment of AI, as well as how to test and safeguard systems. The Commerce Department's National Institute of Standards and Technology has said that it was prompted by Biden's executive order on AI in October and is aimed at developing industry standards around AI safety, security, and trust. The agency is seeking input from AI companies and the public on AI risk management and reducing risks of AI-generated misinformation. The U.S. population is climbing.
The United States experienced its largest population growth this year since the onset of the pandemic. The U.S. Census Bureau attributed the increase to a reduction in deaths and a return of immigration to pre-pandemic levels. Nearly 90% of the nation's growth occurred in the southern region. Despite this growth, the overall increase remains relatively low in historical terms. I'm John Schaefer.
Minnesota's State Emblems Redesign Commission has chosen a final version of the new state flag yesterday in 11-1 vote. They also finalized a new state seal that depicts the state bird. The new state flag features an 8-pointed North Star against a dark blue background with a solid light blue field at the right. This flag will be replacing the old state flag, which many Native Americans considered offensive. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome in. So we've got a Thursday coming on, right? Friday Eve, 21st of December. Back to that stretch of I-30 in Arkansas, according to THV 11. It's the construction zone on I-30 near Benton, where more than a dozen truckers had to pull off the interstate with tire blowouts. Apparently from the metal plates placed on the roadway, part of the construction process. Spoke with one of the tow truck operators, James Harrison with East End Towing. He said it's you hook one up, take it to a safe place, and go back and get another. One right after the other, truck after truck after truck. All of them front right flat tires because of the temporary drainage cover plates. Arkansas DOT said, well, the problem's fixed for now. We've had a second incident. We have these plates there because it is a construction zone, and these metal plates have to be watched, installed, and managed a little better. Over the summer of 23, there's a similar rash of complaints from drivers with blown-out tires and vehicle damage in that zone. The contractor, Johnson Brothers Corporation, started this work to widen I-30 in May of 2019. 4 years they've been working on this. THV1 says that the number of crashes has doubled in the construction zone compared to when they started this project. The completion of the project is still projected to be 2 years away. Well, 2 years overdue, okay. It's 2 years overdue now, not expected to be completed till the end of next year. So we're talking 3 years overdue. When they do these big construction projects, they take bids, right? Is it a good idea to always take the lowest bidder? We can do it for less. Many frustrated drivers taking to social media in recent months complaining about the issue, warning others use extreme caution in that stretch of I-30. Again, between the 114 and 117 mile markers. I think they spoke to one in law enforcement. There's been like 280-something crashes in that construction zone this year alone. Okay. Gilligan, good morning.
Good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Well, I've got an update on Senior Heatwave. He is still working with his trainer. They should be out on his own. If not next week, maybe Saturday they may have a run for him. But things are looking up for him with Estes. He's really happy with what's going on. So he's,
okay.
I'm really glad that he's found the home he needs. You know, I talked to him twice actually yesterday evening. So anybody out there thinking about heat wave, things are going really good for him. Now, as for this Christmas party over here at GMA&B Enterprises, he's supposed to be over here Friday night. We don't need no more shenanigans. I've caught Brain Dead spiking the punch bowl twice. I don't know where he keeps on sneaking this vodka in, but we got enough vodka in the punch all right. Hey, wait, put the bowl down. At least use a cup. Oh, jeez, I tell you what, this is getting crazy. I caught Rambler up there with Brain Dead, up there on the top of the skyscraper. They got an ice hockey game going on because some pools froze over. They're going to fall in, but I can't tell them anything. Well, you know they're big hockey fans.
Oh, yeah.
And as far for Gila Claus, I don't know about him, Steve. He's sitting over here in this great big fuzzy chair, like the Santas usually do. And I think he's somewhere between a cross between Dan Aykroyd as Santa Claus and Trading Places and Billy Bob Thornton and Bad Santa. He keeps telling me the Jack Daniels he has in his hand is a white label, so it's got less alcohol in it. But I tell you what, oh, wait a minute. I got to get off here.
Take care of business. Yeah, right. It's bad or Santa. That's don't watch that with the kids. That was comical, though. Billy Bob Thornton and the drunk Santa. All right, we all know, hey, it's Thursday, 21st of December, and that means winter officially begins with the arrival of the winter solstice. Officially 7:58 a.m. Pacific time today, according to the National Weather Service. What is a solstice? What's an equinox? Well, short answer is today, the days actually start to grow longer again. The longest night of the year, the longest 24-hour period of darkness is what we have today. Today annually marks the shortest day and longest night of the year in the Northern Hemisphere because we're tilted away from the sun on the winter solstice. At the shortest day of the year with precisely 8 hours, 25 minutes, and 25 seconds of daylight. That's it. Although daylight savings hours don't change for months, today will be the turning point for short days. Each day afterward, a little more daylight hours. You may notice in the winter the sun's not as high in the sky at noontime, and the days feel darker. We all know the Earth makes a complete revolution around the sun every 365 days, following an orbit that is elliptical in shape. That means the distance between the Earth and the sun, which is 93 million miles on average, varies throughout the year. During the first week in January, the Earth's about 1.6 million miles closer to the sun. That may sound counter to what we know about the seasons, but actually the difference not really significant in terms of climate. It's not the reason why we have the seasons. Seasons are caused by the fact that the Earth is tilted on the axis by 23.5. That can be seen geographically, even though daylight slowly starts to increase after the solstice. Here in the Northern Hemisphere, the coldest days of winter in much of this country and others north of the equator usually doesn't occur till January. Coldest days after the winter solstice because of the amount of solar energy arriving at the ground is less than the amount actually leaving the Earth for a few more weeks. Oceans and bodies of water, which take longer than land to heat up and cool down, keep those temperatures from rising very fast. Not until the northern hemisphere sees a net gain in incoming solar energy do temperatures actually begin to slowly climbing upward. Of course, nowhere is better to display the effects of a solstice than the most extreme examples, which would be the poles. Hello, Pappy.
Man, Steve, listening to you there, I just come up with the perfect plan to solve the climate crisis. All we need to do is take a majority of the Earth's population, move them to one side of the planet, and we can cause the Earth's axis to tilt a couple degrees, and we can cool and warm the planet at our will.
There you go. Everybody jump at the same time.
Steve, it also reminds me of good old Hank Johnson, our lovely Democrat from Tennessee. What the heck state is he from? This buffoon is Hank is the one that talked about he was worried about Guam flipping over if we put too many troops on it.
Yep, right. He actually said that. And he was serious. He wasn't kidding either.
Yes, he was. Dead serious. Look at the people we got, Steve, running our country. Hey, do you know why our Earth is tilted the way it is?
Probably something we learned in science, but I don't recollect why.
Well, the theory is several million years ago, when the Earth was still kind of forming, that a large either other planet or meteorite or something struck the Earth, blew a large chunk of the Earth off, which caused it to tilt its axle, and as a result, that's how the moon was formed.
Yeah.
From the debris from that impact is how the moon was formed. That's one theory, anyway.
Well, which to me would mean a big chunk of the Earth there should be a chunk missing somewhere, and I mean, if a big chunk came out, why is the moon round?
Well, because of the billions and billions and billions of years that kept going by, and the Earth was still very hot at the time, the gravity rounded the Earth back to roundness, and
okay. All right.
when all the hunks of rocks started to combine, and due to gravity, that's what formed it being round. So another theory, Steve, is if you take down all the monuments. Listen, man, I mean, we've talked about this. I hate to tell Philip, but they know what they're doing, man. It's not, hey, why can't we all just get along? Forget about the past. It's our history. They know what it is. They need to destroy our history, Steve. This history was founded by white, racist slave owners, right?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, this whole country needs to be revamped. First thing Chinese dictator did, when did he take power? 1947, 48? Went in there and tore down all the monuments and statues. Erased their history. We're now communist. This is the way we're going to be moving forward. Anyway, Steve, listen, man, this whole Colorado deal really has me thinking here. What the hell are we going to do if these people get their way? What are we going to do? What if, in fact, the Supreme Court doesn't overturn this, or if they rule too late and he can't get on the ballot? Steve, if they don't overturn this, you know how many other states are going to follow suit.
Oh, absolutely. That's Napolitano said that yesterday. Now, there was one other, I can't remember who it was, who said that they believe that the Supreme Court will, believe it or not, be unanimous in overturning it.
Steve, you would think.
Yes.
I'm just saying, man. What's the plan if this goes against Trump? If it's only the state of Colorado, you know, even if we lost Colorado, if he's not on the ballot there, we could probably still win this thing, to be honest about it. However, if there's several other states that follow suit, this could be a major problem. And how are we going to handle it? We can't give them what they want, and that's what they want is for the MAGA supporters to become violent. We can't have that. We can't give them what they want. I'm thinking if this does go down, maybe the best bet, I mean, if Trump is literally removed from the ballot on half the country, I wonder if Trump should step down, pick somebody to run on his behalf, and continue to campaign with this person. And we need to get every MAGA supporter that is behind Trump behind that person. Because we can't split it up. If he's not on the ballot, we can't split our votes between DeSantis and what's her name running?
Nikki.
Steve, what's that one guy's name? Yeah, Nikki. What's that? Shabi, what's his name?
Ramaswamy.
Steve, take a good look at this guy. I've seen a couple interviews with him, man. I'm telling you what. Did you see some of his statements, too, that he made during the debates? Man, was he calling these others out on the carpet. Some of his opening remarks. Keep an eye on this guy. I think just take Trump out of the picture for a second. I've said this from the get-go. Who has the kahunas, who has the balls to go into D.C. and do what needs to be done in 2025? This dude right here might have the kahunas to do it. He might take on the weaponized FBI, CIA, DOJ. I'm keep an eye on this man. I don't know. What a crazy time we live in, though, man.
Yeah. I mean, he's.
But I got to get off of here.
All right.
Steve.
Yeah, he indeed has said a lot of good things.
Go ahead.
I like a lot of what Ramaswamy has to say, but he's polling in the, I don't know, is it the 5 to 10% range? Something about the requirements for the final two Republican debates. You have to poll 10% or higher in several national polls, including a CNN poll. I don't know that Ramaswamy's even going to be able to fill that. DeSantis, no doubt, he won't be in there. Now, I'm sorry, I said DeSantis. I mean, what's his name? Chris Christie. Chris Christie, not a chance. Yeah, DeSantis, he would have the numbers. Nikki Haley, I believe, would have those numbers. I don't know. At this point, Ramaswamy is polled anywhere above 10%, at least at this point. All right, we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We actually spoke to Blind Man in our final hour last night. I believe it was the final hour. He kind of he made a reference to, well, how about some of the red states take Biden off the ballot? I don't know if he said that in jest, but yeah, there are some actually making such statements, including the likes of the Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. Yeah, speaking to Laura Ingraham, he said, considering the Colorado ruling that Trump didn't qualify for their straight presidential ballot, maybe the state of Texas needs to consider taking Joe Biden off their ballot. I'll tell you maybe more of what he had to say. What do we have? Someone had shared this. It's kind of right along that line. If we are to accept the premise of the Colorado decision removing Trump from the ballot, he said, number one, a committee or subcommittee of the United States Congress should issue a report finding that President Biden, by refusing to faithfully execute the laws of the United States, by allowing this open borders invasion, and any Democrat who has voted against bills to secure the United States border is guilty of insurrection. Number two, on this basis, red states who have complementary judicial powers, state constitutional powers, executive powers, or legislative powers should act to ban President Biden and all relevant Democrats from their state ballots. You see where this is going? If the left wants to trample on the Constitution, democracy, and elections, they should be given a 10 times dose of their agenda. You know, Colorado has literally opened a potential Pandora's box. And when you talk about the slippery slope, what the hell are these judges thinking? Yeah, more on what Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick in Texas said. Seeing what happened in Colorado makes me think, except we believe in democracy in Texas, maybe we should take Joe off the ballot for allowing 8 million people to cross the border since he's been president, disrupting our state far more than anyone else has done in recent history. That was his quote this past day.
USA News Update. While world leaders discuss the prospects for peace in Gaza, there is new confirmation about Hamas using a Gaza hospital to house terror cells. An interview with the manager of the recently seized Kamal Adwan Hospital, in it, hospital manager Ahmad Hassan Ikalut details how Hamas kept terrorist leaders as well as rank-and-file fighting men safe inside the hospital during the height of the battle with Israeli forces in northern Gaza. Senator John Fetterman believes that the perspectives of young voters on Israel-Hamas war are being influenced by TikTok. President Biden's approval rating for his handling of the war is a low 20%. The Pennsylvania Democrat conveyed to CNN that TikTok users may have distorted views of reality that does not accurately reflect the actual situation. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you remember a time when our leadership in Washington on the healthcare side told the people all over the country, you don't need to wear a mask? And then later come to find out, well, yeah, you do need a mask, but we said you didn't need one because we had to make sure we had enough for our people that work in the hospitals and the nursing homes. But yeah, you really do need a mask. Remember, everybody's scrambling to find masks and rubber gloves and other protective gear. When it all took hold, we were not prepared at the time. Now here we are 3 years later as the grips of the pandemic have loosened. Many states are now trying to deal with all this protective gear we purchased. And much of it is ending up in the trash. We're throwing it out in droves with expiration dates passing and few requests to tap into the stockpile. The state of Ohio auctioned off 393,000 gowns for just $2,451 and ended up throwing away another $7.2 million, along with expired masks, gloves, and other materials. The now expiring supplies cost about $29 million in federal money. A similar reckoning is happening all over the country. Items are aging, and as a deadline to allocate federal COVID cash approaches next year, states have to decide how much to invest in maintaining these warehouses and supply stockpiles. The Associated Press investigation found that at least 15 states have tossed some of their trove of PPE, as we called it, personal protective equipment, because of expiration, surpluses, a lack of anybody wanting the stuff. In the trash has gone more than 18 million masks, 22 million gowns, 500,000 gloves, and more. That's not counting states that did not give the AP figures or responded in cases or other measures. Rhode Island said they got rid of 829 tons of PPE. Maryland disposed of over $93 million worth of supplies. What a waste. That's what happens when you don't prepare, when you have a bust and boom public health system, where a lack of planning leads to a panicked over-purchasing in emergencies. According to the American Public Health Association, it shows that we really have to do a better job managing the stockpiles. AP sent inquiries about PPE stockpiles to all 50 states over the past several months. Only about half of them actually responded. State emphasis that they distributed. We did distribute a lot more than we had to throw away. And we've gone to great lengths to donate the leftovers. Washington State sent hundreds of thousands of supplies to Marshall Islands last year, but ended up throwing out millions more after expiring. Many states are keeping at least a portion and sometimes all of the remaining protective gear. Some even plan to update their stockpiles, but others say the pandemic and the PPE supply left no choice but to acquire the items and now to throw them out. However, reluctantly, expiration dates are set because materials can downgrade and may not work as intended. And the reason they throw it out is because the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, has set the fair market value of any expired supplies at $0. You know, because when it comes to the likes of those protective gloves, you know, the expiration date was December 15th of 23. Suddenly, they were good on the 21st and the 20th, but they're no good now, right? Yeah, right. Anytime you're involved in a situation where you're recalling how difficult it was to get something in the first place, and then you have to watch it be not used or thrown away, that is very frustrating. You know, South Carolina's health department said that state has discarded over 650,000 expired masks. Wow. Knucklebuster, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm at the house with Tennessee, so we won't be talking too loud tonight there. That stuff doesn't expire. I mean, it's good. It's like food. It has a best by use date.
Yep.
It's still good for an extended period after that. So
Absolutely.
I wouldn't throw it out just because it
No.
expired on the 21st there, you know. Do you know why that we cannot have the 10 Commandments in a courthouse or in the Capitol building?
Separation of church and state.
Well, this is a quote from George Carlin. The real reason we can't have the 10 Commandments is you cannot post, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, and thou shalt not lie in a building full of lawyers, judges, and politicians. It creates a hostile work environment.
That is true. Yes, it is.
Yes, it does. Well, when you go shopping at the store, go down there and buy you some chicken legs, and before the clerk brings them out, ask them if they're the front legs or the back legs of the chicken and see what kind of response you get.
I guarantee some of those kids behind the counter would say, "I need to check with man. Let me ask my manager."
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, anyway, Tennessee and I both wanted to just wish you and Mama Summers and your family a Merry Christmas, and we'll talk to you a little bit next week. You're off next week, right?
Yeah, I won't be here. Yeah, you'll get a busy signal.
Oh, okay. Well, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year then to you and your family from me and mine there. And I'm gonna leave you to this, Ephesians 3:20 and 21. Now to him who is able to do immeasurably more than all we ask or imagine, according to his power that is at work within us, to him be glory in the church and in Christ Jesus throughout all generations, forever and ever. Amen. And I know I'll get an amen out of Brother Rambler. So
yes, sir.
Y'all have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers.
Merry Christmas to you
and God bless you and your family, brother.
Merry Christmas, you and Miss Knucklebuster, a.k.a. Tennessee. All right, I didn't think we'd hear from. I knew he was going to get back to the home 20. I guess he got back yesterday or the day before, but home for the holidays, as they say. But he will be out again, hitting the road again next week. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. I know we had the Carolina Monkey Gouger was looking to check in. Maybe he had to take care of business, lost his cell, I'm not sure. Horse Feathers is back with us, though.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I thought Knucklebuster was going to leave us with a rendition there of I Want a Hippopotamus for Christmas. But anyways. Hey, did you catch on the news there about the census thing? And they were talking about the number of citizens, I guess because of births and deaths and everything, are back to the pre-pandemic level, and they were talking about the immigration is the immigration level isn't as high as is higher than it isn't as high as it was before the pandemic. What do they call these people coming across the border then?
Right. I mean, I think 5-7 brought that up. It's like, what in the hell are they talking about? We've had 8 million come in under Biden's watch, and we're setting every year.
The last 3 years.
A new yearly record, a new monthly record, new daily records with each passing day. What are they talking about?
Yeah, and they're saying it's lower than it was before the pandemic.
Right.
I guess that's what 5-7 was saying earlier there. I guess I really missed that part of it.
That's what he was alluding to.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
So I guess, yeah. So anyways, while I was unloading there, kind of listening to you a little bit in the background, I did some Google searching, and I was looking at that, trying to find that WUSX, I believe, station. It's 98.5, and it's teamed up there with another station, and by the looks of it, they don't feed to the internet overnight, so I guess you have to try to just listen on air. I haven't been able to find out how to listen to that one online. So they play their other station, which of course is playing the coast to coast thing there. You know, it's like there's only 12.5 billion stations in this country that play that, and
right. I guess the blind man uses his Alexa to get the stream. I don't know. So
So. I was trying to figure it out, but it doesn't look like it comes through the TuneIn Radio app. And of course, I don't have the iSuck Radio app anymore. We deleted that there after a couple years ago. There, we had a little issue with that with the people that they decide they like to employ and don't employ. But that's beside the point. But anyways, no, I thought I'd get back with that real quick there and give you that. And yeah, I did remember the number there, the 844-844-3388.
Thank you.
You know, any of our people want to call in as a first-time listener there, make sure you dial the 844-844-3388 and get a $60 gift code. You'll get the code before Christmas, possibly, so it would be a Christmas present to you, but if you try to use it to get Christmas presents, they might be a little delayed. So.
I haven't paid a whole lot of attention to the cutoff dates for UPS and FedEx. It's got to be like, what, today, tomorrow? I mean, unless you're going to pay for the overnight or the expedited stuff.
That'd be right there. Of course, we got that one guy out there, Spaceman, now that is right in touch with the UPS side there. He might be able, if he could put down the phone from the conference call he's on there with all the other, Teamsters that he keeps in track with there and calls into the radio show in the last 3 minutes. Maybe he could give you an enlightenment on that.
Right.
There. But anyways, we'll let you go with that. And once again, Happy Christmas, Merry New Year, and we'll chat at you again one more time here for the end of the year tonight. I'm going to call it a day here myself here, so I'm not going to be. I'm a little bit far north there to be sleeping in the hills of Tennessee tonight, but we'll manage what we can do up here in Maryland. There, we got some little mini knolls and valleys up here, so we'll see what we can.
Okay, it is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you here this Thursday. We did talk several nights ago, and it's been 2022. It was a struggle. It did not meet our recruiting goals for, I think, all the military branches. Things have just progressively got worse in 2023. The Pentagon's struggles to recruit enough volunteers for the armed services is linked, they tell us, to competition for workers across the economy and the obesity epidemic. According to 2 retired U.S. Army generals, there was a discussion, I believe this was over in Pennsylvania last week. What they have to say. More on that coming up after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So several of the speakers here at this little get-together, Lieutenant General Dennis Benshoff of Manheim Township, Brigadier General George Swartz of the Manheim Borough, were in Harrisburg, PA last week, representing what they call Mission Readiness, an education advocacy group comprised of retired military officials. So you've got, first of all, competition for workers across the economy, and then the obesity epidemic. Their report noted the Pennsylvania National Guard and Air National Guard have missed their 2023 recruiting goals by about 25% and 45%, respectively. Nationally, the U.S. Army, Navy, and Air Force had a combined deficit of more than 20,000 recruits this fiscal year. Benshoff said the military today is facing a recruiting crisis. Now, he served in the Army's 101st Airborne Division, 20th Chemical Detachment in Vietnam. This is a national security issue. Both generals pointed to a Department of Defense report in 2020 that found 77% of people ages 17 to 24 do not meet the eligibility requirements for the military. Obesity was the number one cause of disqualification at 11%. However, 44% weren't eligible because of other conditions, drug abuse, certain medical conditions. Steve Doster, Pennsylvania director for the organization, said addressing the obesity crisis is going to require a multifaceted approach, and this group supports the universal free breakfast program for all students that was included in this year's state budget. He said his group also works with policymakers to address food insecurity at the federal level by supporting funding for programs like the SNAP program. Although the federal budget negotiations are ongoing, with the deadline approaching January the 19th, food stamp allocations were extended through next September in that stopgap funding bill that actually passed last month. Trying to make it sound as though the biggest issue here with recruitment is everybody's overweight. I don't know about that. No mention in there anything about the woke policies, the equality, diversity, all those things that are being so focused on by the top brass in the military these days. If I had to wager a guess, I believe there's more to it on that side of the picture versus the obesity problem. Yes, there is a problem, people being overweight in this country. How you're trying to save the more food stamps is going to address that? I think it's just to the contrary. Yeah, how much of the SNAP allocated funds actually end up being used on the likes of snacks and chips and fatty foods, carbs, sugary soft drinks? Okay. Well, we get back to the calls here. There's Scarecrow, I believe. What's happening?
Yeah, you are right. It is the Scarecrow. Reflecting back on, it was Double R's call there. It kind of reminded me that there's a little bit of the rest of the story here. I gotta finish off with, you got to talk about your swimming pool there, and it hit me. You had talked, a couple months back. You only get to use the thing from I think you said Memorial Day to Labor Day or something about that. And I thought, well, we can certainly help Steve out with that, get a little more service out of it. And the program ended about midstream.
Yeah.
Now, Steve, you did tell me you got a fire pit or such, you out back, and you entertain yourselves out there frequently. Now, Steve, what you're going to do here, you're going to go to your area big box store there. You're going to get a couple coils of copper tubing there, the flexible type. Now, you're going to throw one of those in that fire pit. You're going to throw the other one in that swimming pool of yours there. And you'd maybe take a couple of chunks of garden hose or the like to connect the two together. Now we're going to have to jury rig a pump of some type here. We'll have to work on that part. Now, this is where yours truly really comes in the mix here, Steve. Now, I've been known to send out those care packages in the past. The Golden Elixir. Well, I've also got a pretty good supply of firewood around the property, Steve. My thoughts were, you come Labor Day or such, and you're going to want to keep using that. I'll ship you a stick or two every once in a while of kindling and such, that you'll be able to keep that fire pit of yours going. And given the fact that we've got such mild weather up our way, I've got an abundance of wood I can ship your way. Now, you're going to be able to use that swimming pool of yours there about 8 months out of the year there.
Wow.
If not better, at the current way the weather's going. But so that's just a thought, something to keep in the back of your mind there. Anyway, and after Pappy's call there, man, I'm thinking I may have to relinquish my title on as education secretary there, Steve. Steve, on the best of days, I could not have pulled 1 billion years out of my ass if the sun had been shining. Now, for Pappy to have the answers as far as the Earth going off axis, yeah, he certainly has them, doesn't he?
And his responses, I think, were much above that, well above my pay grade.
Well, I don't have the higher education either, so I'm totally flipping a coin on a lot of things there. I did send. We're going to run out of time, but I'll explain this. I did send you a couple pictures there, Steve, of they're actually phrases from Christmas Vacation. But I think tomorrow night will probably be more of we probably have a Christmas party theme, so I'll save any Christmas related for then.
Sounds like a plan. Very good.
The break.
Yes.
Yeah. You remember? Oh, this is probably a couple years back. There was a video floating around of the monkey gouger swinging a chainsaw around.
Yes, I do.
If you remember, was he wearing shorts in that clip? I'm thinking he was wearing shorts and maybe even flip flops. Now, if he may actually be listening there. He could probably confirm or deny it. I bring this up because a couple of days back, I went into my first therapy session for my shoulder. And my bride, she asked, later in the day how things went. And I told her, well, you won't believe this, but the therapist, she agrees that a little.
All right, we'll have to pause and come back for the rest of the story.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. While world leaders discuss the prospects for peace in Gaza, there is new confirmation about Hamas using a Gaza hospital to house terror cells. An interview with the manager of the recently seized Kamal Adwan Hospital hit the social media giant X on Tuesday. In it, hospital manager Ahmad Hassan Ikalut details how Hamas kept terrorist leaders as well as rank-and-file fighting men safe inside the hospital during the height of the battle with Israeli forces in northern Gaza. Senator John Fetterman believes that the perspectives of young voters on Israel-Hamas war are being influenced by TikTok. According to a recent New York Times Siena poll, President Biden's approval rating for his handling of the war is a low 20%. The Pennsylvania Democrat conveyed to CNN that TikTok users may have distorted views of reality that does not accurately reflect the actual situation. Former President Trump's attorney will quickly appeal the state Supreme Court's ruling to remove Trump's name from presidential primary ballots in Colorado.
The Trump campaign says the Colorado High Court's decision will be appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. Trump has called it a deeply flawed decision. Colorado's Supreme Court on Tuesday cited Trump for violations of the 14th Amendment, they say, that disqualify him from running for any federal office. Before Tuesday, Trump was gaining legal victories on this issue in other states, including Michigan and Minnesota. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Travelers. Thursday and Friday will be the peak days of activity during a holiday air travel season that is setting records. According to AAA, approximately 7.5 million air travelers are expected at U.S. airports, surpassing the previous record of 7 million established in 2019. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
You are welcome to pose any question related to the 2024 elections to Google, although it's worth noting that responses may be limited. Google is imposing restrictions on the types of election-related questions that its generative AI products will address. The tech giant has indicated that this change will take effect early next year, citing an abundance of caution. In Milwaukee, President Biden is emphasizing his administration's commitment to supporting black-owned businesses. Today, he paid a visit to the Milwaukee Black Chamber of Commerce.
Across the country, wages for workers are up. Black wealth is a record 60% since the pandemic.
During his time in the city, Biden also engaged with the owner of a black-owned business actively involved in the removal of lead pipes, aligning with administration's objectives to replace all lead service lines nationwide. This visit coincides with Biden's efforts to strengthen backing for his 2024 re-election campaign in the crucial battleground state. Slim Jim wants its car back. The distinctive yellow and orange Nissan Z named Fast Meat, which serves as a promotional vehicle for the brand, was reported as missing on Saturday. The car was part of the Chicago to Los Angeles tour in collaboration with the WWE. The Los Angeles Police Department is urging individuals with any information regarding the whereabouts of the car to contact the department or visit crimestoppers.org. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, final hour, a Thursday morning. You mean to tell me you can actually find diamonds at the Crater of Diamonds State Park? Really? Wow. The story from Murfreesboro, Arkansas. An Arkansas man found a diamond weighing nearly 5 carats at the Crater of Diamonds State Park. But he didn't know it till recently. Jerry Evans and his girlfriend visited the state park earlier this year, at which point he picked up what he thought was a piece of clear glass. Said he put it in his pocket with some other finds and made it home that day. After returning home, he started thinking about that piece of glass. You know, it is known as the Crater of Diamonds State Park. He sent it to the Gemological Institute of America for identification. A few weeks later, his find was confirmed to be a 4.87 carat diamond. And when they called and told me it was real, I was tickled pink. Now, according to park officials, that is the largest registered at the park since 2020, when another visitor found a 9.07 carat brown diamond. Now, the park superintendent said Mr. Evans' diamond is spectacular to see. It is a complete crystal with a brilliant white color reminiscent of many other large white diamonds that I've seen from here in the past. Well, you can actually still, I wonder what's the value on that. Meanwhile, we get back to Scarecrow. Yes, so we were talking about some physical therapy, yes, and somewhere down the line I suspect we're going to find that the use of a chainsaw may not work very well with a possible dislocated shoulder. Is that where we're headed?
Whose side are you on? Damn it, Steve, you're not helping matters here now. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday morning after my run here on the way home. The clinic is very conveniently located, so stopped in. Is the first time I've been in there. I'll probably go back in another month or so. But now, unrelated to this call, Steve, 3 times to this point, individuals has asked if that therapist is cute. Can you believe that? Well, under advice of attorney, I'm advised not to self-incriminate, so we have to leave that alone. But anyway, later in the day, my bride, she's asking how things went, what I learned. Well, now the chainsaw thing comes in. And it might have been a little tongue-in-cheek when I said, well, man and machine are meant to be together. There's a certain therapeutic value in operating equipment. And it was my feeling that this therapist would have said, yeah, it's no problem. So I said, yeah, I've been given the okay to use that chainsaw, dear. Well, this is the point where she gave me this. She kind of tips her head down a little bit, raises her eyebrows, and she says, I want this in writing. Well, Steve, there's an area between the two of us that if I ever include the phrase "trust me" in a comment, she will follow that up with a never. So, and I don't know why. Apparently, I have a track record or such. But either way, I responded, "No, doggone, if Miss Debbie is willing to allow Jimmy to play chainsaw with, well, as I say, I think he was wearing shorts in that video. If he's allowed to do that wearing shorts, I could certainly, manhandle that chainsaw wearing a sling on occasion. And, of course, trying to get it started cross-armed might be a challenge, but I do have a compression release, so that should aid matters. But Steve, this is a story where I think there is more to follow on this one. But so with that, I'd really like to hear from Monkey Gouger there or maybe he still probably has a copy of that video. I'd like to have it again, but I'd like his backing on this, Steve. We stand up for each other, right?
Of course, yes. All right. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, Bud, I think tomorrow night's going to be a Christmas-themed program, and we'll certainly be able to chime in there and whatnot. So that's what we're going to leave you with at the moment here, Bud.
All right.
Do it again tomorrow, right?
Shall I read The Night Before Christmas? And all through the house. And the Carolina Monkey Gouger checks in right on cue.
Hey, I think that's a good idea. Read The Night Before Christmas. It's your show. Do what you want to, right?
There you go, right?
Well, how the hell are you, Steve?
I'm doing well. Are we back to the Marina Del Rey yet? Or I knew you were trying to get back for the baptism thing Sunday, and it was going to be hard pressed to get there. How do we stand?
All right, we just put the load on the truck, pulling out from the loading point, and we headed to Henderson, North Carolina, Sunday morning at 2:00 in the morning. They're going to unload it. And I got the connections up there, and I called my little girl up there, and I said, hey, it's Monkey Guy. She said, what the hell you want? And I need a flavor. She said, you always need a flavor. And I told her what was going on. She said, get in here about 1:30, and it says, we'll get it off. So it looks like things are going to work out, for seeing we don't have nothing, go wrong, no mechanical failures. We've got our fingers crossed and everything, and everything's going to be all right, buddy.
There you go. Good.
But I want to tell everybody Merry Christmas. You and Lisa, Merry Christmas. I tell you, Steve, it's here. I mean, old Papa Noel coming down the chimney here pretty soon there. And can't wait to see what them grandchildren are going to tear into, and let Boone reopen his presents. He done opened up already. So, Grandma ain't got over that yet. She's still a little steamed about that deal.
Well, now the question is, when he opened those presents early, did he like what Grandma had under the tree?
Well, it seemed like he was pretty happy with it. He was more interested in playing in the paper than he was the toys. You know?
Right.
I mean, Biscuit said, give him a box. He'll be happy. He ain't got to have no toys. I said, we didn't give you no boxes. But, yeah, I mean, can't wait for the big day, you know. Can't wait to see what's going to happen. I just love having them little ones around. And you know, we're going to be granddaddy again in March, and they went and had an ultrasound down. They still won't tell me what it is. But they said it's going to be a big baby.
Wow.
Probably about 9 pounds.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Whatever he or she is, I don't care, as long as it gets here healthy and everything's all right.
That is correct.
But Steve, I was listening today on some of this deal, and believe it or not, Bill Barr was on there saying that what they've done to Trump is absolutely wrong, and that they don't see the Supreme Court letting this stand up. I mean, you know, they said he's done nothing. He's been convicted of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So how can they knock him off the the ballot?
Yes, correct.
And, I mean, he was real adamant about it. It kind of got me because, you know, Bill Barr and Trump during them last days was kind of at each other's throats. And it kind of, he was just real saying this is wrong. You know, they can't do this. But I like what Dan Patrick said out of Texas. They just move old Sleepy Joe off the ballot in all the red states.
Right, turn around.
See how they like that.
Right, you want to. Yeah, they opened the Pandora's box, like I said. Now, I don't know if it was Alan Dershowitz or Napolitano, one of those constitutional lawyers who actually said that he believes the Supreme Court would be unanimous, 9-0, overturning this, which. That would state the case if that were to happen.
Right. I mean, they feel pretty good that, you know, they're gonna have to put him back on the ballot, which they ought to. I mean, you know, he's the choice of the American people. That's why we have elections. We don't live in a dictatorship.
Mm-hmm.
We live in a democracy, which it don't ain't much of a democracy here lately. But I hadn't heard nothing that. On the lawsuit, the ACL done down on Abbott, you know, they were really just all PO'd about it, but I think he done a good job. Did you get a chance last night to look up that Mark Robinson?
I don't think I did, no.
You need it when you ain't got nothing to do, look him up. I mean, this guy is Donald Trump on steroids. He don't pull no punches, man. I mean, he is a great American in my book, and I look for him to be the next governor of North Carolina because everybody's behind him.
Okay, so he's lieutenant governor right now.
Right, lieutenant governor right now.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
And I mean, every place he goes, he just burns the floor down. But he's a great guy. But other than that, Steve, everything's kind of quiet. Ain't had nothing eventful happen today. It's been a real quiet day. Laid up in the motel all day and got rested up. Now we're gonna start that track across America, and it's gonna be quick.
Mm-hmm.
But want to tell everybody Merry Christmas again, and we're going to get out of here. We'll be listening tomorrow night for the night before Christmas.
Hey, I got an email from Woodpecker yesterday. After I think it was after our conversation. He said, "Hey, Steve, do you know if Monkey Gouger has an audio version of his book? Do you have an audio version of that or no?"
No, we hadn't got around to doing that yet. We've been talking about doing it. We just hadn't done it yet.
Okay. Yeah,
But
he said, I think.
that was it.
He did. I said, I think many of us truck drivers would like that option. Have a Merry Christmas and a safe New Year. So, yeah, I just remembered that, so I thought I'd ask.
Yeah, we had talked about doing that, and we just had never got around to it.
Okay.
I don't know what's involved with it or anything, and they asked me one time, said, we want you to read the book on audio book. I said, you really want me to read that book on audio book and leave out the word that Grump had to leave out? So, anyway, Steve, we'll talk to you tomorrow night. Oh, yeah, and that donut eater, I tried to get in on you, but we run out of time. But, Pappy, have a Merry Christmas. Be safe out there, buddy. And we'll talk to y'all later.
Merry Christmas to the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Speaking of the donut eater, he did chime in. He says, just a quick note. I guess look it up, Steve. Not one person, no one arrested on January 6th has been charged or convicted of insurrection. No one. Take that to the bank. All right. Coming up, who we got? Could very well be the Spaceman. We'll find out right after this. All right.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, looking at 22 past the hour. Yo.
What's up, Joe?
It is Spaceman. What's been happening?
Yeah,
Merry
funny.
Christmas.
Our little group broke up. You know, people were doing drops and hooks and getting off from work and whatnot. And I turned the radio on, and then Horse Feathers was saying what he said. That's perfect timing. You know what would be cool if Monkey Gouger read one page of his book on your show with each call, and then in a couple years we'll have the whole book in. But then he wouldn't make no money. But, yeah, the audio book would be great, especially marketed to truckers.
Mm-hmm.
Pop in the CD and listen.
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't been doing much. I got the freaking COVID a couple weeks ago. My wife got it. This was way worse than last time. She called me and had got up. She had it real bad, and I was thinking, oh, I hope I had it so mild I didn't even know I had it. You know, and I gave it to her.
Mm-hmm.
And she called up. She said, I got out of bed. I'm sitting on the couch. I'm too dizzy to let the dogs out. And I said, well, hell, I'm at the rail yard
looking for a load right now. And I said, the best I can do is get home in 2.5 hours. I said, you got to call an ambulance. And she called her daughter, but she got hammered for about 5 or 6 days. And then after about 3 or 4 days, I thought, wow, maybe I'm not going to get it from my wife. You know, I had a mild case and she got it from me. And then I went to work on the Friday night. Holy crap. 13 hours later, I didn't think I was going to be able to drive home. But what it was this time is just deep bone ache, like whole body arthritis and chills. It wasn't so much respiratory or the cough. Mainly with me for about 3 days, just my body ached. You know, luckily I didn't get the runs. That seems to be a big thing with this latest version. But yeah, I got sick on a Friday and then took off work Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and I got better just as quick as I went downhill. It's just about 3 days of body ache, you know. Then when I was over it though. But here, I got to tell you something funny, and then we'll talk a little UPS. So I was going to call your show a couple nights ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you're 844-844-3388, right?
Correct.
Well, I put an 800 in front of that. So check this. No, check. I'm going to play this phone number I called. Don't worry, I won't play too much, but this is what you hear if you put an 800 in front of it. All right, here, check this out. All right.
All right, we're waiting.
Welcome to America's hottest talk line.
Oh.
Guys, hot ladies are waiting to talk to you. Press 1 now. Ladies, to talk to interesting and exciting guys free. Press 2 to connect free now.
So there you go.
Wow.
Are you there? Don't put an 800 in front of the number. It's just 844-844-3388.
So you did.
I put an 800.
You did 800-844-30. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Sexy voice there, huh?
800-844-844-3888.
Whatever you
put
did.
In, and then I got that. I was like, what the hell? But I wonder sometimes, because that's happened before, if these people with these hotlines purposely do that to a similar number to bank on getting some missed dials. I don't know. I just wonder, because that's not the first time that.
Well, if you'll recall my previous number, remember that a few years ago, I think it was one number off from I think it was. Because the last 4 digits of the number were TRUK, and on the digital, if you type in TSTV or something, that's what that was. It was a transsexual transvestite number. It's like, oh boy.
Oh man. So yeah, I don't know what the cutoff date would be. I believe, it just depends on how far you're shipping. But on this bid here, I run to Saddlebrook and to Meadowlands, New Jersey. My Monday and Tuesday's the longest nights because I do Saddlebrook, Meadowlands, then Croxton Rail in Jersey, back to Meadowlands, to Rutherford Rail, and Harrisburg and back. Those are 13-hour days. I get 5 hours time and a half when I do them. But anyways, I believe if somebody shipped a package that was going by truck within 500 miles tomorrow, they'd have it by Christmas Eve. Or if they shipped air, because my last bid on Saturday mornings, I just really found this interesting. I would go to Harrisburg Airport, and they have these canisters. You know how the tube of an airplane is round.
Mm-hmm.
So these canisters are like half round, like the shape of the airplane.
Okay. Well, We got to pause there, so hold that thought. We'll be right back.
USA News Update. While world leaders discuss the prospects for peace in Gaza, there is new confirmation about Hamas using a Gaza hospital to house terror cells. An interview with the manager of the recently seized Kamal Adwan Hospital, in it, hospital manager Ahmad Hassan Ikalut details how Hamas kept terrorist leaders as well as rank-and-file fighting men safe inside the hospital during the height of the battle with Israeli forces in northern Gaza. Senator John Fetterman believes that the perspectives of young voters on Israel-Hamas war are being influenced by TikTok. President Biden's approval rating for his handling of the war is a low 20%. The Pennsylvania Democrat conveyed to CNN that TikTok users may have distorted views of reality that does not accurately reflect the actual situation. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, there you go. So, I don't know, maybe the advice as we head into the Christmas weekend, whether you're traveling by car, when you stop to fuel up and you're handling that fuel pump nozzle, getting change from the counter, if you're going to be flying. I shared the story last evening about that. They're calling it the Christmas COVID. The story I shared was supposedly it's sweeping through the UK right now, but many of the people that have had it say it was worse than their previous cases. I mean, for those that had it early on, back at the beginning of the pandemic, said it was almost as bad or worse than that. You had the really nasty first version, and the milder, and you went down to the Omicron, and a lot of people just, a couple of days, and they were better. Spaceman, obviously, I guess he had the Christmas version, he and his wife, because sick as a dog. So, take the hand sanitizer, keep your fingers out of your eyes. I mean, the regular advice, the same stuff we always talk about when cold and flu season rolls around. COVID is still out there, and it's going to be for years to come. But back to Spaceman. Now, I was talking about some cylindrical packages or something you were saying?
Yeah, I'm going to increase that 500-mile thing to, this is Thursday morning, right?
This is Thursday morning, yes.
Yeah, so if something was picked up today and then sorted tonight, because we have sleeper teams. And are you familiar with the Coyote app?
No.
That's a broker app that UPS actually owns it, and a lot of guys run on that in the peak season. Like, we have 50 of them guys at our terminal all the time picking loads up, running them sleeper team, and it pays real good. If anybody's an owner-operator, wants some good paying loads, get on that Coyote app.
Mm-hmm.
If it was picked up Thursday, they could do 1,000 to 1,500 miles by truck, Friday into Saturday, and probably do a Saturday evening delivery or a Christmas Eve delivery. But I always enjoyed when you read the articles about this time of the year when UPS and FedEx, how many packages they shipped, and what that cutoff shipping day is.
Yep.
But if you ship by air, on my last bid, I only did it Saturday mornings. I'd go to Harrisburg Airport at 6 a.m. And these canisters are like half a cylinder, so they fit the shape of the airplane, and then they're flat on the one side. And the trailers have 5 doors on the side. So I'd sit there and watch the plane land, and then these guys shove these out and shove them into the trailer. And the floor, there's wheels in the floor that raise up, so they can shove them into the back of the trailer. And those doors on the canisters line up with the 5 doors on the side of the trailer. So just as soon as I would get loaded, I'd put seals on them, and the terminal's about 15 minutes away. Almost like it's a medical emergency, or you're transplanting a heart or an organ or something. So you go to the terminal, and they have these doors where you back the trailer into the building, and those 5 doors line up with the dock. So you're only about an inch. The whole side of your trailer, you're backing it within an inch of the platform. And guys are there. Soon as you hit the air brakes, they're ripping them doors open and yanking those stuff out, cartons out, and putting them on these like orange trains to take them to sort, like it's a medical emergency. I mean, they don't play around. This stuff's all timed out between planes, trains, and trucks and delivery vans to get it there as quick as possible. But I still think that, you know, today would be the best day to get it shipped. But just walking through the facility, you know, the volumes really increased yesterday. You see Hot Wheels and a lot of scooters and bicycles and pinball machines and, you know, a lot of toys coming through. I don't know what our now where I work is only a year old. I wasn't there last peak season, so I don't know numbers, but I think that Christmas spending is down this year. Have you read anything?
What I've seen, dollars and cents wise, it's going to be up a bit. But then, of course, with inflation, the amount of stuff that's being moved is less than it would have been because. Yeah, what was $100? When you spent $100 last year, you got to spend $120 to get the same this year. So, yeah.
I'm not aware of any numbers, but yeah, it's a fascinating operation. It's a whole lot different than freight, and the time schedules are a whole lot, you know, stricter.
Well, I'm thinking you've got this last minute rush for the last minute online shoppers and all that right now. Now. What is it, 2 or 3 days after Christmas? Whenever, my understanding is nearly 40, close to 50% of apparel that is purchased for people, you know, it doesn't fit the person, so they have to ship it back for a smaller or a larger size. You probably have a second massive rush with all the returns and exchanges, right?
Oh, there is. So we have a whole lot of drivers that are on call, but during peak season, they have start time bids for everybody. And that's extended like for the week after Christmas because you still have volume with returns.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't slack off, you know, immediately after Christmas because you still have some late shipper stuffs in the pipeline and stuff. But if people ship air, you know, it goes in from their city on a plane to Louisville and right to the destination, you know, real fast. This one guy that I would sit there and wait for the plane with, the one day the plane had some issues, you know, and it took off from Louisville late. It might have been weather related, but he had a phone app where he can tell the flights of every flight in the country. That would seem to me like a terrorist dream.
Mm-hmm.
But he said the plane we were waiting for, he said they just took off. He said they'll be here in an hour and 15 minutes. And he watched that flight on his phone, you know, and then we watched it land. But that's public. That's a public phone app that he has to watch every flight in the country. You know,
Correct.
You know the flight number, however it is. Do you know about that already?
I know that. I think there's several apps that exist. There's apps for maritime. You see where all the ships are, the airlines. When you look at it, it's unbelievable. Like it's like over our heads. It's an interstate highway with planes lined up everywhere.
Right. That was pretty neat to see. You know, 'cause he wasn't there. I'd had no idea when it was going to land, when it'd be ready. But yeah, they don't mess around. But you know, if somebody had something to ship, they better get it done today. I'd think. You know, if you want that security of it being there by Christmas time. All right, everybody, have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and guess that's about it for me.
Well, good to hear from you. Thank you much. Don't be such a stranger. Merry Christmas to you and Space Chick and the kids and all. Hope everybody's doing well. Thank you. There you go, about 18 before the hour. It is 844-3388. Artificial intelligence. It's no secret that artificial intelligence is kind of shaping, or should I say reshaping, the world of fast food. Many of the most significant contribution taking place behind the scenes, like when the Shake Shack chain used artificial intelligence to help design the menu, or when Jets piloted an AI-powered text-based ordering system. On the more customer-facing side of things, we've seen how fast food is using artificial intelligence to minimize human interaction. Multiple chains are now testing artificial intelligence drive-through ordering. Now that system's about to get creepier, thanks to the magic of artificial intelligence voice cloning, as they call it. QSR Magazine reports that Hi Auto, a provider of conversational AI tools for the drive-through lanes, has now technology available to clone an actual human's voice based off of just a few minutes worth of that person's recorded speech, recreating a well-known voice that sounds mildly like its base source is one thing, but this particular group claims their AI has the ability to capture a person's dialect, accent, vocal tones. Yikes. I mean, imagine placing your White Castle order with Guilford Gottfried's voice. One chain restaurant, Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, is planning a test launch of their cloned voice feature in a few of their Ohio drive-thru locations. We're not getting a George Clooney dupe just yet, but the first digitally cloned order taker will be former NFL player and sports broadcaster Keith Byers. Keith is a host of the Keith Byers Show on ESPN's affiliate in Dayton, Ohio. That means there's plenty of hours of vocal samples they can use to assemble this audio clone. In other words, in the not-too-distant future, you may get a phone call from someone professing to be, they could profess to be your son, your daughter, and based on their voice, you would believe it's them. I can see this technology. There's already the scams where people call and say, I got arrested. I need $500 or $5,000, whatever it is, to get out of jail tonight. Or a lot of it's overseas where they say, well, I was vacationing in Mexico and they're not going to let me come back. And people will send money thinking it's for their son, their daughter, grandson, whatever the case might be. Imagine if you got a call and the voice was that of your own child. You'd probably jump right at the opportunity to say, where do I send the money, son? What can I do to help you? Wow, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, happy Thursday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stay-Built. Hey, warming up a little. 45 Fort Wayne, 42 Sterling Heights today. Really awesome yesterday. They rededicated the newly renovated Mound Road from Highway 59 to the North Sterling Heights, going south on 696 in Warren, Michigan. All brand new cement, 4 lanes and 5th turn lanes in both directions. They did an outstanding job on only $200 million, which he says is well worth the investment. So ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again? Yes, 4 days till Christmas. Truck and Phil, there you go, Semper Fi. And there's Steve in Columbus. This week has gone by pretty quick. Thankfully, today, my last day to report to work until January 2nd. Looking forward to some much-needed time off. That being said, the coffee's hot, car's ready to go. Time to head into town, see what we can get into today. Everybody enjoy the day, the holidays, the rest of the year. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you chiming in on a regular basis here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hello, Vic.
Hey, Steve. I wasn't going to call in tonight, and then I heard Spaceman there, and he's talking about the UPS thing, and he always kept up real good on YRC, but he mentioned Louisville UPS. I hadn't followed up on that, but they used to have a non-union part there at UPS, and I think they went union, and I didn't really pay that much attention to the Louisville station. Excuse me, because I don't live in that area anymore, and I thought maybe he was going to bring me up to speed on that, because originally I think UPS laid off a bunch of people, and then they decided to take them back, but and right here in the heat of, the heavy delivery season struck me as kind of odd, but that was just kind of aside. But the other thing, too, is I wanted to straighten something up from last night when I was talking about people coming into this country, that they weren't Christians. What I should have said, these aren't people that are coming here that have other organized religions. They're from the dark side of things, the Santerias, the Juju Man, the Angel de la Muerte, and all this stuff. They are all from what I'll just call it the satanic side. And I just wanted to make that clear. I wasn't trying to discriminate against Muslims or Buddhists or Confucianists or any of the Far Eastern religions, the Hindus, the Sikhs, or anything else. I was talking about the dark side of the
gotcha.
Religious or cult or whatever. But and the other thing, too, is you were talking about all this insurrection stuff. As I understand it, that insurrection was actually whenever they went through and codified all the different, I think that's an 18 U.S. code. For a long time, we had to develop law, and then from case law, then they codified it. And the Insurrection Act, that was in the amendments, like I said, the Civil War amendments, when Confederates were getting reelected to positions, and they were passing what was called the Black Laws, again, to discriminate against former slaves. And so then whenever they went through and passed those amendments, and then the amendments become codified. But the first insurrection was actually the Whiskey Rebellion in Pennsylvania, and that came about because all the states owed a lot of money for the Revolutionary War, and Alexander Hamilton decided that, the federal government should take over those debts, which they did, and he proposed to George Washington that they pass a whiskey tax, because at the time, the United States was consuming a lot of whiskey and distilling a lot of whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, there were a lot of people that were upset about that, and it came into an armed rebellion. And that was the first time that that Insurrection Act, which was in the Constitution even before, back in the Civil War, just said that basically the Confederates, if you ever rebelled or had an insurrection, you couldn't hold an office, and then later it became law. And that's what brings it down to. these people are terribly weakening the standard for people to run for election, and they need to stop and think about that, because you have to be found, you have to be found guilty of something.
Well, right. There hasn't been a trial. There hasn't been a conviction. There's been absolutely nothing. This is all made up.
Right. Right. And basically what happened was out there in Colorado, and just as a quick note, I guess they attracted a lot of liberals there when they legalized marijuana out there. I mean, I know the Hollywood crowd always went out there to ski at Vail and all that type of stuff. But it was kind of it was a hunter type thing, frontiersman type thing. And they were pretty, I would say they were more libertarian than conservative, but they definitely weren't like that. But these judges, they just say, yeah, Trump committed an insurrection. Well, you can't just do that. A judge just can't say, yeah, kind of looks like insurrection to me. No, they have to look at the evidence and everything. And I was looking at some of the comments that they had separated out and said, well, Trump said this and Trump said that. And it's like, well, I remember somebody that everybody admires and everything that said nonviolent, what the heck is it that they say? Nonviolent protest or something, in which they are going against the laws of the land. And they quite often, the vagina hats and cold pink and all this other
civil disobedience.
Right. So what are they going to do about that? If they set that standard, then they're going to do away with the First Amendment. So, they hopefully the Supreme Court will say, the U.S. Supreme Court will just say, no, that won't happen.
Way over.
And the other thing is, it seems like Fetterman up there in Pennsylvania, as he's recovering from his strokes, he seems to be taking a different attitude on things and seems to have a different view of the world, which does happen when people have strokes. And, Biden might possibly be impeached before he could ever run for election. And Trump, who is obviously the front runner right now, he might be held up. So it could be an interesting 2024 election. And just there to last out, I like Ron DeSantis, and it's too bad that Trump and him are from the same state, although one of the two of them could change their address like Cheney did with Bush. But the thing that I like about DeSantis is, I guess I just kind of have a soft spot for that because, he was a legal officer, a JAG, in the Navy for the SEAL teams. And I know that he has had many interesting things proposed to him. And I don't think he would have a bit of difficulty right now with the deal that is going on in Israel, because he's covered those sort of issues. He's probably seen them and studied them, and that's just like when the IDF shot those 3 hostages. Back my experience was back in the days of the swift boats in Vietnam and all that stuff, the VC would put civilians along the riverbanks and stuff, and then they would fire on those river boats, the riverines, knowing good and well that they were going to return fire, and a lot of civilians would get killed, and then they'd use that for propaganda purpose, and that's where a lot of the baby killer stuff came in.
And turns out that's exactly what's been going on with the Hamas there in Gaza, because they've confirmed there's actually some captured Hamas that were working in the hospital. They had soldiers posing as like doctors and whatnot in there. But hey, Vic, we got to call it a night. But thank you so much, you and all the others out there. Have a great day. Thursday, here it is. We'll come back for a Friday morning, give you all the latest on our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Have the name Overnight Drive or whatever on the...